Every year through the 1920s, American doctors wrote 11 million prescriptions for whiskey during Prohibition. The Treasury Department printed special forms. Pharmacists kept the bottles behind the counter. And the disease for which whiskey was most often prescribed was tuberculosis, the same disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century. Today, we know that alcohol triples your risk of tuberculosis, that it weakens the immune system, that it feeds the very bacillus it was meant to destroy. But for more than a century, doctors handed dying patients a glass of brandy and called it medicine. In the sanatoriums of Europe, tuberculosis patients were given Hungarian wine with dinner and French cognac at bedtime. In America, physicians debated whether whiskey was a stimulant or a poison, often prescribing it either way. And in the patent medicine bottles that lined every pharmacy shelf, alcohol content reached 25%, hidden behind labels promising a cure for consumption. Tonight, we trace this strange and troubling history. From the first sanatoriums to the last Prohibition prescriptions, from the doctors who believed alcohol could save lives, to the science that proved it was taking them. This is the story of the TB whiskey prescription. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of the strangest chapters in medical history, the century-long practice of treating the world's deadliest disease with a substance that made it worse. It is a story of good intentions and fatal mistakes, of scientific debate and commercial exploitation, of doctors who genuinely believed they were helping, and patients who had no choice but to trust them. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. We follow the White Plague through history, tracing the ways it transformed not just medicine, but culture, society, and the very fabric of human life. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. This episode takes us through the grand sanatoriums of the Swiss Alps and the German Highlands, through American pharmacies during Prohibition, and into the laboratories where scientists finally understood what alcohol does to the human body fighting tuberculosis. We'll meet the pioneering doctors who prescribed wine and brandy with absolute conviction, and the reformers who fought to stop them. We'll follow the trail of prescriptions and patent medicines, of medical debates and desperate patients. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through candlelit sick rooms and gaslit pharmacies, through sanatorium dining halls and temperance meeting halls, through a world where medicine and poison came in the same bottle. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a dining hall in the mountains of Silesia, 1875. Through tall windows, the last light of a winter afternoon illuminates snow-covered peaks. The sun has dropped behind the western ridgeline, leaving the sky streaked with amber and rose. Inside, the air is warm, scented with roasted meat and fresh bread. Gas lamps have been lit along the walls, their soft light reflecting off polished wood and white linen. At long tables covered in starched tablecloths, men and women in evening dress lift crystal glasses filled with deep red wine. The men wear dark suits, high collars, carefully trimmed beards. The women wear silk and velvet, their hair pinned up in elaborate arrangements, their faces powdered to conceal their pallor. They are laughing, some of them, making conversation about politics and art and the gossip of distant cities. Others sit quietly, their faces pale, their portions untouched, their eyes fixed on some middle distance that no one else can see. A waiter moves silently between the tables, refilling glasses from bottles of Hungarian Tokay. He is practiced in his work, attentive but unobtrusive, bending close to each glass with the formal precision of a servant in a grand hotel. But this is not a hotel. And these are not ordinary guests. These are patients. Every person in this room has tuberculosis. The cough that they suppress behind silk handkerchiefs, the fever that rises in the night, the weight that slips away no matter how much they eat. These are the common bonds that unite them. And every glass of wine they drink has been prescribed by their physician. This is Gerbersdorf, the world's first tuberculosis sanatorium. Its founder, Dr. Hermann Bremer, has developed a treatment regime unlike anything the medical world has seen. Fresh mountain air, breathe deeply on long walks through pine forests. Gentle exercise on carefully maintained trails. Abundant food at every meal, meat and butter and cream and eggs, all the rich nourishment that the wasting body craves. And alcohol, Hungarian wine with dinner, French cognac at bedtime. Bremer believes in what he calls the dietetic hygienic treatment. The consumptive body is weak, he reasons, and must be strengthened. Wine stimulates the appetite, ensuring that patients can consume the enormous meals his regime requires. Cognac warms the blood and promotes restful sleep. Together with fresh air and rest, they give the body the strength to fight the disease that is destroying it from within. His patients trust him. Many of them have been told by other doctors that there is nothing to be done, that they should go home and put their affairs in order. Some have travelled across Europe to reach this remote valley, leaving behind families and careers and everything familiar in the desperate hope that the mountains might save them. Here, surrounded by others who share their fate, they find something they had lost. Hope. And so they drink. Wine at 7, cognac at 10. The ritual becomes as much a part of the cure as the mountain air itself. Some will leave Gerbersdorf believing themselves cured. Others will never leave at all. What none of them know, what Bremer himself does not know, is that the alcohol he prescribes with such conviction is doing something to their bodies that no one in 1875 can see. It is weakening the very defences they need most. It is feeding the bacillus that feeds on them. But that knowledge is still decades away. For now, there is only the wine, the cognac, the mountain air, and the desperate hope that somehow it will be enough. This is where our story begins. To understand why doctors prescribed alcohol for tuberculosis, we must first understand what they believed about both. And to understand that, we must enter a world very different from our own. A world before germ theory, before antibiotics, before the microscope revealed the invisible enemies that destroy us from within. In the 19th century, tuberculosis was not merely a disease. It was the disease, the captain of the men of death, as one writer called it. In 1850, consumption was responsible for approximately 1/4 of all deaths in Europe and North America. 1 in 4. Think of that number. In every family of reasonable size, someone was likely dying of it. In every street, in every village, in every city, the cough and the fever and the slow wasting were familiar presences. It killed slowly, painfully, and with terrible certainty. The early stages might last for years. A persistent cough, a low fever in the evenings, a gradual loss of weight that no amount of eating could reverse. Then came the blood, coughed up in handkerchiefs that were quickly hidden. The night sweats that left patients drenched and exhausted by mourning. The cavities forming in the lungs, visible on autopsy as great empty spaces where healthy tissue had once been. And no one knew what caused it. This is the most important thing to understand about 19th century tuberculosis. The disease was everywhere, killing millions, and the finest medical minds of the age had no idea why. The prevailing theory held that consumption was hereditary, a weakness of constitution passed from parent to child. If your mother died of it, you would likely die of it too. This seemed obvious. The disease clearly ran in families. What we now understand as transmission within households looked to 19th century eyes like inherited doom. Some physicians believed tuberculosis arose from an imbalance of the humours, that ancient Greek system of medicine that still lingered in the corners of European thought. Others blamed cold air, damp climates, or excessive mental exertion. Artists and poets were thought particularly susceptible. The creative temperament, it was believed, wore down the body's defences. Women were considered more vulnerable than men. The poor were thought to bring it on themselves through dissolute living. The one thing almost all physicians agreed upon was that the consumptive body was fundamentally weakened, and that treatment must focus on building it back up. This is where alcohol entered the picture. In 19th century medicine, alcohol was not primarily understood as a depressant. That understanding would come later, with more sophisticated knowledge of neurology and pharmacology. Instead, alcohol was classified as a stimulant, a substance that quickened the pulse, warmed the blood, and gave strength to the failing body. The evidence seemed clear enough. Drink a glass of brandy and you feel warm. Your cheeks flush with colour. Your heart beats faster. Your appetite awakens. These immediate observable effects were taken as proof that alcohol invigorated the system, that it provided fuel for the body's vital fires. The word cordial itself comes from the Latin word cor, meaning heart. The cordials prescribed by Victorian physicians were almost always alcoholic, and they were meant to strengthen the heart and the entire circulatory system. Brandy, whiskey, port wine, champagne, each had its particular medical application. Brandy for shock and collapse. Port for convalescence and exhaustion. Champagne for nausea and fever. Whiskey for general debility. Dr. Francis Anstey, one of the most respected physicians of Victorian England, wrote an entire book in 1877 titled On the Uses of Wines in Health and Disease. He was no quack, no peddler of patent medicines. He was the founder and first editor of The Practitioner, one of Britain's leading medical journals. He had studied the effects of alcohol carefully, experimentally, scientifically, at least by the standards of his day. Anstey recommended that healthy adults drink up to a bottle of light wine every day. This was not indulgence, this was medical advice, published in respected venues followed by respectable people. For the sick, he prescribed even more. Port wine for exhaustion, champagne for fevers, brandy for shock. The Duke of Northumberland donated large quantities of fine sherry to the Westminster Hospital, and Anstey and his colleagues dispensed it to patients with the same confidence they might have given to any other medicine. And for tuberculosis, for the wasting disease that left patients pale and thin, with racing hearts and night sweats and that terrible cough, alcohol seemed almost logically necessary. If the body was wasting away, it needed building up. If the appetite was failing, it needed stimulating. If the patient was cold, they needed warming. If the vital forces were flagging, they needed quickening. Alcohol did all of these things. Or at least, it seemed to. In 1882, everything changed, and nothing changed. Robert Koch, the German physician, stood before the Physiological Society of Berlin and announced to the world that he had found the cause of tuberculosis. It was not hereditary weakness, it was not bad air or damp climate, it was not moral failing or artistic temperament. It was a bacillus, a tiny rod-shaped bacterium invisible to the naked eye that invaded the lungs and slowly destroyed them. The announcement was sensational. Koch had not merely identified the bacillus, he had proven the connection through rigorous experimental work. He had isolated the organism, grown it in pure culture, used it to infect healthy animals, and recovered it from their diseased tissues. This was germ theory in action, proof that a specific microorganism caused a specific disease. This discovery should have transformed treatment. If tuberculosis was caused by a specific organism, then treatment should target that organism. The old approaches, fresh air, good food, stimulants, seemed suddenly inadequate. The enemy had been identified. Surely new weapons would follow. But Koch's discovery came without a cure. He had identified the enemy, but he had given doctors no new weapons to fight it. In 1890, Koch would announce the discovery of tuberculin, a substance he believed could cure the disease. The announcement sparked a frenzy. Patients flooded into Berlin from across Europe, desperate for the new treatment. But tuberculin failed. It could not cure tuberculosis. Some patients died from the treatment itself. And so the old treatments continued. Fresh air, rest, good food, and alcohol. Some physicians began to question whether stimulants truly helped the consumptive patient. If the disease was caused by a living organism, they reasoned, perhaps treatment should focus on fighting that organism rather than simply strengthening the body. Perhaps alcohol was doing more harm than good. Perhaps it was weakening the very defences the body needed to fight off the invader. But others disagreed vehemently. The body needed strength to fight any invader, they argued. Alcohol provided that strength. The discovery of the bacillus changed nothing about the fundamental logic of treatment. Build up the body, give it the resources it needs, and it will fight off the disease on its own. The debate would continue for decades, in medical journals, at international conferences, in sanatoriums and hospital wards across the world. Meanwhile, the bottles kept coming. Wine at dinner, brandy at bedtime, 1 ounce of whiskey every few hours for acute cases. The prescription pads filled with orders for alcohol, written in the confident hands of physicians who believed they were saving lives. Some of their patients recovered. Many did not. And in the absence of any treatment that actually worked, the argument over alcohol remained unsettled, a question that would haunt medical practice well into the 20th century. The story of alcohol as tuberculosis medicine begins in many ways with a single man and a single conviction. Hermann Bremer was born in Silesia in 1826, into a world where tuberculosis was simply a fact of life. It lurked in every shadow, claimed victims from every family, seemed as inevitable as the changing of seasons. He watched it claim his neighbours, his acquaintances, perhaps his own family members. The records of his early life are incomplete. What we know is that by the time he reached young manhood, Bremer had decided to study botany, and that his studies would take him far from the damp lowlands of Silesia. Before his journey east, Bremer had been diagnosed with consumption. The doctors had given him the usual prognosis, uncertain but not hopeful. He knew the disease. He knew what it did. He knew that most who had it did not survive. Yet as he climbed higher into the Himalayan mountains pursuing his botanical studies, something remarkable happened. His cough began to fade. His strength returned. The thin, cold air that should have strained his damaged lungs seemed instead to heal them. By the time he came down from the mountains, months later, Bremer believed himself cured. This experience would shape everything that followed. Bremer became convinced that altitude was the key, that the low atmospheric pressure of the mountains, the dry, clean air, the absence of the miasmas that were thought to breed disease in lowland cities, all combined to create conditions in which tuberculosis could not survive. He had been dying. The mountains had saved him. Could they save others? He returned to Germany and enrolled in medical school, driven by this single question. His botanical studies were set aside. His life would now be devoted to understanding the disease that had nearly killed him, and to finding a way to defeat it. His doctoral dissertation, submitted in 1854, bore a revolutionary title: Tuberculosis is a Curable Disease. At a time when most physicians considered consumption a death sentence, Bremer argued that it could be defeated, not through medicines or surgery, but through what he called the dietetic hygienic approach. The elements of his treatment were simple: clean mountain air, regulated exercise, abundant nutrition, and alcohol. Why alcohol? Bremer's reasoning followed the medical logic of his time, but it also drew on his personal experience. In the high mountain villages of the Himalayas, he had observed that the inhabitants drank freely. Fermented beverages were part of their daily diet. He had done the same during his recovery. The alcohol, he believed, had stimulated his appetite, warming him against the mountain cold, helping his body take in the nourishment it needed to fight the disease. Wine and spirits would be central to his treatment, not incidental to it. In 1854, Bremer opened his sanatorium in Gerbersdorf, a small town in the mountains of what is now southwestern Poland. It began modestly: a few cottages, a handful of patients, a regime that his medical colleagues viewed with skepticism at best and derision at worst. The established medical profession did not take kindly to an unknown country doctor, claiming he could cure the incurable. The early years were difficult. Bremer had little money and few supporters. When he published his theories, the respected medical journal The Lancet dismissed them as very crude ideas and unsupported assertions. Other physicians were equally harsh. Mountains and fresh air and good food. This was not medicine. This was wishful thinking dressed up in scientific language. But Bremer persisted. By 1859, he had built a proper kurhaus, a spa house or health resort, with 40 rooms, entertainment facilities, and kitchens capable of producing the enormous meals his treatment required. Patients began arriving from across Europe, drawn by word of mouth, by desperation, by the slim hope that this strange mountain cure might work where everything else had failed. The daily routine was strict and comprehensive. Patients rose early and walked on mountain trails, accompanied by staff who monitored their exertion carefully. Too much exercise could be as dangerous as too little. The balance had to be maintained precisely. They submitted to the Walddusche, the forest shower, standing beneath waterfalls of icy mountain water while Bremer himself supervised. The shock of the cold water, he believed, stimulated the body's vital forces. And they ate. My God, how they ate! Breakfast, lunch, dinner. Each meal was enormous, designed to restore the weight that consumption had stolen from them. Meat and butter and cream and eggs. Rich sauces and heavy pastries. The goal was to overwhelm the wasting process with sheer abundance of nourishment. At dinner, they drank. Hungarian Tokay was Bremer's wine of choice, a rich, sweet wine from the volcanic hills of Hungary, believed to have particular restorative properties. Tokay was expensive, prestigious, associated with the courts of European royalty. For patients who had been given up for dead, drinking it felt like a return to civilized life, a statement that they were still people of refinement and taste. At bedtime, French cognac. The cognac warmed them against the mountain cold, promoted sleep, and, Bremer believed, continued the work of stimulation through the night. The alcohol was not incidental to the treatment, it was central to it. Bremer prescribed it as deliberately as he prescribed the mountain walks or the cold showers. Wine stimulated the appetite, ensuring patients could consume the massive amounts of food his treatment required. Cognac warmed the blood and promoted restful sleep. Together, they provided what he called stimulation, a quickening of the vital forces that he believed necessary to fight the disease. And the results seemed to vindicate him. By 1869, Bremer had compiled statistics that seemed remarkable. He had treated 958 patients. Only 4.8% had died, a mortality rate far below what other physicians were reporting. In an era when tuberculosis was considered a death sentence, Bremer appeared to be saving nearly 95% of his patients. Word spread through the medical world. Something remarkable was happening in the mountains of Silesia. Physicians who had dismissed Bremer's ideas began to reconsider. Patients who had been given no hope began making the journey to Gerbersdorf. By the 1870s, the sanatorium had grown to 300 beds, and similar institutions were beginning to appear across Europe. But there were problems with Bremer's statistics that he either did not see or chose not to acknowledge. First, his patients were not representative of all tuberculosis sufferers. They were, for the most part, people of means, wealthy enough to afford months of treatment at a private sanatorium, healthy enough to make the journey to the mountains in the first place. The desperately ill, the very poor, those in the advanced stages of the disease, these patients never arrived at Gerbersdorf. Bremer was treating a selected population, and his results reflected that selection. Second, his definition of success was generous. A patient who left the sanatorium feeling better, who had gained weight and stopped coughing, was counted as improved, or even cured. But tuberculosis is a disease of remissions and relapses. Patients who seem to recover might fall ill again months or years later. Bremer did not systematically track his patients after they left. He did not know how many of his cures eventually died of the disease elsewhere. Third, and most fundamentally, he had no control group. In modern medical research, we compare treatments to placebos or to alternative treatments to isolate the effect of what we're studying. Bremer compared his results to the general mortality of tuberculosis patients, but those patients were different in countless ways from his own. The mountain air, the rest, the food, the alcohol. Which of these was helping? Were any of them helping? Or were his patients simply those who would have recovered anyway? These questions were not seriously asked at the time. The science of clinical trials, of controlled experiments, of statistical analysis in medicine, these were all in their infancy. Bramer had numbers that looked impressive, and that was enough. What Bramer did not know, what no one knew, was that his statistics were incomplete in another way entirely. Many of the patients who left Gerbersdorf improved would relapse within months. The disease had not been cured, it had merely paused. The bacillus remained in their lungs, dormant perhaps, but not defeated. And when it awakened, they died, far from the mountains, uncounted in Bramer's triumphant statistics. And the alcohol that Bramer prescribed so confidently was doing something to their immune systems that would not be understood for another century. Among Bramer's patients in the early 1870s was a young physician named Peter Detweiler. Detweiler had come to Gerbersdorf not as a doctor, but as a dying man. Tuberculosis had taken hold of him, and he sought the mountain cure that was beginning to gain fame across Europe. Under Bramer's care he recovered, or seemed to recover, and in his gratitude and fascination he stayed on as Bramer's assistant. But Detweiler was not content to simply replicate his mentor's methods. He observed, he questioned, he modified. Where Bramer emphasized exercise, the long walks, the cold showers, the active building up of the body, Detweiler came to believe that rest was more important. The consumptive body was exhausted, he reasoned. It needed to conserve its energy for the fight against the disease. Exercise might feel invigorating, but it depleted resources that were desperately needed elsewhere. Where Bramer sent patients on long walks through the forest, Detweiler had them lie still on specially designed reclining chairs, wrapped in blankets, breathing the mountain air without exertion. In 1876, Detweiler left Gerbersdorf to found his own sanatorium at Falkenstein, in the Taunus Mountains near Frankfurt. Here, he developed what would become known as the Liegekur, the lying cure. Patients spent their days on balconies and in specially built Lieghallen, lying halls, reclining on chaise longues from morning to night. The image became iconic. Rows of patients wrapped in blankets, arranged on cure porches, their faces turned to the sun or the cold mountain air. This was the sanatorium cure as the world would come to know it. This was the template that Thomas Mann would immortalize in The Magic Mountain. Detweiler's contribution to tuberculosis treatment was significant. He invented the portable sputum bottle, the Blau Heinrich or Blue Henry, a glass container that patients could carry with them, preventing the spread of infected sputum. He coined the term Chefarzt, chief physician, to describe the medical director of a sanatorium, a title still used in German medicine today. By 1886, he could report that 132 of his 1,022 patients had been completely cured. But on the question of alcohol, Detweiler remained his mentor's disciple. The sanatorium at Falkenstein, like the one at Gerbersdorf, maintained well-stocked wine cellars. Patients received their prescribed portions of wine and spirits as part of the cure. The tradition had been established, and Detweiler saw no reason to break from it. As the sanatorium movement spread across Europe, alcohol came with it. In Switzerland, where Thomas Mann would later set his great novel, Sanatoriums, rose in the Alps around Davos. Their dining halls were described as resembling grand hotels, with ceremonial dinners supplied from well-stocked cellars. Wine with meals was simply part of the routine, as expected as the mountain air and the afternoon rest. The logic remained the same across all these institutions. Wine aided digestion and stimulated appetite. Brandy promoted sleep and warmed the body against mountain cold. For patients who had been given no hope, who had been sent to the mountains as a last resort, the ritual of the evening glass offered something beyond its supposed medical benefits. It offered normalcy, a sense that life continued, that civilized pleasures remained available, that death had not yet arrived. But not everyone agreed. In 1873, a young American physician named Edward Livingston Trudeau received devastating news. He had tuberculosis, the same disease that had killed his brother Francis 3 years earlier had now taken hold of his own lungs. Trudeau knew what this meant. He had watched Francis die, had sat at his bedside through the final months, had seen the coughing and the blood and the slow wasting that consumption brought. Now it was his turn. He was 25 years old. In 1876, too weak to continue his medical practice in New York, Trudeau travelled to the Adirondack Mountains of upstate New York. He had visited the region before for hunting and fishing, and he loved it. If he was going to die, he wanted to die in a place that meant something to him. He did not expect to recover. He expected to find a peaceful place to end his life. Instead, something unexpected happened. In the cold, clear air of Saranac Lake, Trudeau's health improved. He did not die. He grew stronger. Month by month, the symptoms that had seemed to seal his fate began to recede. The cough faded. The fever subsided. His weight stabilized, then began to increase. Like Bremer before him, Trudeau began to wonder if what had saved him might save others. In 1885, Trudeau opened the Adirondack Cottage Sanatorium, the first tuberculosis sanatorium in America. He had studied the European model carefully, reading the works of Bremer and Detweiler, corresponding with physicians across the Atlantic. His treatment would follow their principles: fresh air, rest, abundant food. But on one point Trudeau departed dramatically from his European predecessors. At Saranac Lake there would be no wine cellars, no brandy at bedtime, no Hungarian Tokay with dinner. Trudeau maintained what one historian described as a strict code of personal behaviour that prohibited drinking, smoking and cursing. His patients ate several large meals a day, drank at least 3 glasses of milk, and followed a rigorous schedule of rest and graduated exercise. But alcohol was forbidden. Why did Trudeau reject what his European colleagues accepted? The historical record does not give us a definitive answer. Perhaps he was influenced by the temperance movement that was gaining strength in America during this period. Perhaps he observed something in his patients that made him doubt alcohol's benefits. Perhaps it was simply a matter of personal conviction. Trudeau was known to be a man of strong moral principles. What we know is that Trudeau's approach worked, or at least worked as well as any treatment of the era. The Adirondack Cottage Sanatorium became famous, attracting patients from across America and beyond. By the 1890s, the medical profession was at war with itself over alcohol. The battleground was not just tuberculosis. It was the entire question of whether alcohol had any legitimate place in medical treatment at all. But tuberculosis, as the deadliest disease of the age, became one of the most contested territories. On one side stood physicians like James Barr, who in 1905 addressed the British Medical Association with specific recommendations for alcoholic treatments. Champagne for bilious patients who had vomited. Port wine for long convalescence. Brandy for cases of shock. These were not folk remedies. They were the considered opinions of respected medical men, published in the most prestigious journals of the day. The evidence they cited was clinical experience. At Belvedere Hospital in Glasgow during the typhus epidemic of 1861 and 62, physicians had administered over 62,000 ounces of wine, 8,000 ounces of whiskey, and 2,000 ounces of brandy. Patients had recovered. The alcohol, they believed, had helped. On the other side stood a growing coalition of skeptics, reformers, and temperance advocates. The British Medical Temperance Association, founded in 1876, was composed entirely of physicians who had sworn off alcohol entirely. By 1898, its membership had reached nearly 900 practitioners. These doctors argued that alcohol's apparent benefits were illusory. Yes, it warmed the skin, but only by drawing blood away from the vital organs. Yes, it seemed to stimulate appetite, but it also disrupted digestion. Yes, it promoted sleep, but the sleep it produced was not truly restorative. And increasingly, they argued that alcohol might actually weaken the body's defences against disease. The international congresses against alcoholism, held throughout Europe in the late 19th century, made tuberculosis a central topic. Delegates presented research suggesting that heavy drinkers were more susceptible to consumption than abstainers. They pointed to the high rates of tuberculosis in professions associated with alcohol: brewery workers, bartenders, winemakers. Was this coincidence, or was there a causal relationship? What neither side had was definitive proof. The science of immunology was still in its infancy. No one yet understood how the body fought infection at the cellular level. No one could explain exactly what alcohol did to the alveolar macrophages, the immune cells in the lungs that served as the first line of defense against tuberculosis. That knowledge would not come for another century. And so the debate continued, unresolved. In some sanatoriums, patients drank wine with their meals. In others, alcohol was strictly forbidden. Individual physicians made their own choices based on their own convictions. And patients, desperate, dying, hoping for any cure, took whatever their doctors prescribed. The question would not be settled by the medical profession. It would be settled, in the strangest way imaginable, by the United States Congress. By a constitutional amendment that banned alcohol entirely, and created a loophole that would make medicinal whiskey more common than ever. On January 17, 1920, the 18th Amendment to the United States Constitution took effect. The manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcoholic beverages became illegal across the entire nation. Saloons closed their doors. Breweries shuttered their operations. Distilleries went dark. An entire industry, as billions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of jobs, disappeared overnight. Legally, at least. The temperance movement had won. After decades of campaigning, after marches and protests and sermons and political organising, after the tireless work of the Women's Christian Temperance Union and the Anti-Saloon League and countless other organisations, the reformers had achieved their ultimate goal. America would be a dry nation. The arguments for prohibition had been powerful. Alcohol destroyed families. It impoverished workers. It fueled violence and crime. It corrupted politics and degraded public morals. The saloon was an institution of vice, a place where men squandered their wages while their wives and children went hungry. Eliminating alcohol, the reformers believed, would eliminate these evils. But the Volstead Act, the legislation that enforced the 18th Amendment, contained exceptions. Alcohol could still be produced and consumed for religious sacraments. Wine for communion, brandy for certain Jewish ceremonies. Churches across America applied for permits to acquire sacramental wine, and some congregations grew suspiciously large during Prohibition. And alcohol could still be prescribed by physicians for medical purposes. This loophole had been controversial from the beginning. The American Medical Association, which had voted in 1917 to support Prohibition, declaring that alcohol had no scientific value as a tonic or stimulant, now found itself in an awkward position. Its official stance was that alcohol was medically useless, but the law still permitted doctors to prescribe it. The irony was staggering. In 1916, just 1 year before the AMA vote, whiskey and brandy had been removed from the Pharmacopoeia of the United States of America, the official list of scientifically approved medicines. The medical establishment had declared in essence that alcohol had no legitimate therapeutic use. And yet here it was, written into federal law. Physicians could prescribe alcohol for medical purposes. The question was not whether they would use this authority. The question was how many of them would use it, and for what. Within months of Prohibition's start, a system emerged. The Treasury Department, which was responsible for enforcing the Volstead Act, issued special numbered and watermarked prescription pads to licensed physicians. Each form allowed a patient to obtain up to 1 pint of liquor, usually whiskey, every 10 days. The prescription had to specify the ailment being treated. The pharmacist had to record each transaction in a bound register. In the first 6 months of Prohibition alone, 15,000 doctors applied for permits to prescribe medicinal alcohol. The Treasury Department had not anticipated such demand. They printed more forms. They registered more pharmacies. They tried to monitor the flood of prescriptions pouring out of doctors' offices across the country. By the mid-1920s, the numbers had become astronomical. Physicians were writing an estimated 11 million prescriptions for whiskey every year. 11 million in a country with a population of just over 100 million. The process was straightforward, if expensive. A patient would visit their doctor, complaining of whatever ailment seemed most likely to justify a whiskey prescription. The doctor would examine them, or perhaps merely listen to their complaint, and write out the official Treasury form. The patient would then take this form to a licensed pharmacy, where they would receive their pint of medicinal liquor. The cost was significant. Approximately $3 for the doctor's consultation. Another $3 at the pharmacy. In 1920 dollars, this was not cheap, equivalent to perhaps $75 today. But for those who wanted legal alcohol, it was the only option. And the ailments for which whiskey was most commonly prescribed: cancer, heart disease, depression, high blood pressure, pneumonia, and tuberculosis. The same disease that had filled the wine cellars of European sanatoriums was now generating prescription slips in doctors' offices across America. The rationale had not changed. Alcohol was a stimulant. It strengthened the failing body. It helped fight off disease. The fact that the AMA had officially declared this rationale invalid did not seem to matter. Doctors kept prescribing. Patients kept drinking. In 1922, the AMA conducted a survey of its members. The results were revealing and embarrassing. Despite having voted just 5 years earlier that alcohol had no scientific value as a stimulant or tonic, 51% of responding physicians now said they believed in the therapeutic efficacy of whiskey. The official position and the actual practice had diverged dramatically. How did this happen? How did thousands of physicians reverse themselves on a question they had supposedly settled? Some of the change may have been genuine reconsideration. The 1917 vote had been contentious. Not all physicians had agreed. Perhaps the dissenters were simply making their voices heard now that the question had practical consequences. Some may have been rationalization, doctors justifying a profitable practice by rediscovering alcohol's supposed benefits. A physician who wrote 50 whiskey prescriptions a week could earn an additional $150 in consultation fees. In an era when a typical doctor's income was perhaps $5,000 a year, this was significant money. It would be natural to find reasons to believe in the treatment you were prescribing. And some was undoubtedly cynical exploitation. The Prohibition era was rife with physicians who ran what amounted to prescription mills, writing whiskey scripts for anyone who walked through the door with $3 in their pocket. They did not examine their patients. They did not believe in the treatment. They simply wrote prescriptions and collected fees. The Treasury Department tried to crack down. They limited the number of prescriptions a physician could write. They investigated doctors who seemed to be running mills. They revoked permits from the most egregious offenders. But the demand was too great, and the loophole too large to be effectively controlled. Note: from here forward, no more visual cues. Video switches to ambient loop for sleep optimization. The drugstore chain, Walgreens, expanded from 20 stores to 525 during the 1920s. Company legend attributed this growth to the introduction of malted milkshakes at its soda fountains. Historians have suggested that medicinal alcohol sales may have played a more significant role. Whether the doctors who prescribed whiskey for tuberculosis genuinely believed in its efficacy, or whether they were simply taking advantage of a profitable loophole, is a question that cannot be definitively answered. Probably the answer varied from physician to physician, patient to patient, prescription to prescription. Time was ambiguous. The line between medicine and commerce is never as clear as we might wish. For American tuberculosis sanatoriums, Prohibition created a peculiar situation. Unlike the grand European establishments with their wine cellars and ceremonial dinners, most American sanatoriums had already moved away from alcohol as part of treatment. Trudeau's example at Saranac Lake had been influential. The emphasis on rest, fresh air, and abundant food, without stimulants, had become the American standard. Milk, not wine, was the beverage of choice. But some institutions still provided alcohol to patients who requested it. Some physicians still believed in its therapeutic value. And now, under Prohibition, these practices became legally complicated. Sanatoriums that wished to provide alcohol to patients needed special permits. Their physicians needed to write individual prescriptions for each patient who received it. The paperwork multiplied. The scrutiny increased. Federal agents might inspect the records at any time. For many institutions, the solution was simple: eliminate alcohol entirely. The therapeutic benefits, if any, were not worth the administrative burden. By the 1920s, most American sanatoriums had adopted strict rules prohibiting alcohol on the premises. This represented a significant shift from European practice. While patients at Davos still received wine with their meals, while the sanatoriums of the Black Forest and the Alps maintained their well-stocked cellars, patients at Saranac Lake and its imitators lived under something closer to the temperance ideal. The sanatorium, which had begun as a place where alcohol was prescribed, became a place where it was forbidden. Whether this made any difference to patient outcomes is difficult to say. Tuberculosis remained stubbornly incurable. With or without alcohol, patients either recovered spontaneously or they didn't. The disease followed its own logic, indifferent to the debates that raged around it. Some patients resented the restriction. They had been drinking all their lives. Why should they stop now, when they were sick and miserable and might be dying? The evening glass of wine had been one of the few pleasures remaining to them. Now even that was taken away. If physician-prescribed whiskey was the respectable face of alcohol as tuberculosis treatment, patent medicines were its disreputable shadow. Throughout the 19th century and into the 20th, American pharmacies were lined with bottles promising cures for consumption. Ayer's Cherry Pectoral, Lane's Emulsion, Dr. King's new discovery for consumption. Dozens of others with impressive names and bold claims. Most of them contained significant amounts of alcohol, sometimes as much as 25%, equivalent to a fortified wine. The manufacturers were not required to list their ingredients. The word alcohol rarely appeared on the label. Instead, patients found vague references to natural stimulants or restorative tonics. They drank the medicines faithfully, believing they were taking something medicinal, not realizing they were consuming what amounted to sweetened whiskey. The testimonials were compelling. "I was given up to die of consumption," one advertisement might read. "Then I tried Dr. Smith's miraculous lung tonic. Now I am completely cured." Faces of smiling, healthy-looking people gazed out from newspaper pages and handbills. These people had been saved. You could be saved too. The truth, of course, was different. The cured patients in the testimonials had either recovered spontaneously, as some tuberculosis patients did, or had never had tuberculosis at all. Self-diagnosis was common in an era when medical care was expensive and doctors were scarce. A persistent cough might be consumption, or it might be bronchitis, or a cold that wouldn't go away, or simply the effect of living in a dusty city. The patent medicine worked equally well on all of these because it didn't really work on any of them. What it did do was make people feel better, temporarily. The alcohol warmed them, relaxed them, eased their anxiety about the cough that wouldn't go away. It might even suppress the cough reflex for a while. These effects were real if fleeting. And for people who were desperate, who had no money for doctors, who were looking for any hope at all, they were enough. In 1906, the Pure Food and Drug Act began to change things. Manufacturers were now required to list alcohol and narcotic content on their labels. The most extravagant claims had to be toned down. You could no longer advertise that your product cured tuberculosis if it didn't actually cure tuberculosis. But the medicines themselves remained available, and patients kept buying them. The labels now said contains 18% alcohol, but many patients did not read the labels or did not understand them or did not care. They wanted to believe. And belief, even misplaced belief, was sometimes all they had. As the 1920s gave way to the 1930s, something was changing in how scientists thought about tuberculosis, immunity, and alcohol. The connection between heavy drinking and tuberculosis had been observed for decades. Alcoholics seemed to contract the disease more often than moderate drinkers or abstainers. Brewery workers, bartenders, and others in alcohol-related professions had elevated rates of consumption. The temperance advocates had been pointing this out for years. But observation was not explanation. It was possible that the correlation was coincidental, that alcoholics lived in poorer conditions, ate less nutritious food, or had other risk factors that explained their vulnerability. Without understanding the mechanism by which alcohol might weaken the body's defences, the connection remained circumstantial. In the early 20th century, researchers began to investigate more systematically. Animal studies suggested that alcohol consumption impaired the immune response. Mice given alcohol showed less resistance to infections than mice kept sober. Rabbits exposed to tuberculosis bacilli were more likely to develop active disease if they had been given alcohol. These findings were preliminary, and they did not immediately transform medical practice. The studies were small. The mechanisms were unclear, and the medical profession, having prescribed alcohol for generations, was not quick to abandon the practice. But the seeds of doubt had been planted. The confident certainty with which Bremer had prescribed Hungarian wine and French cognac was no longer quite so certain. The question that had divided doctors for decades, whether alcohol helped or harmed the tuberculosis patient, was beginning to have an answer. It would take the discovery of effective antibiotics to finally end the debate. When streptomycin arrived in the 1940s, followed by isoniazid and other anti-tubercular drugs, the question of whether alcohol was a good or bad treatment became irrelevant. There was now a treatment that actually worked. The era of stimulants and rescuers was over. But the legacy of the whiskey prescription would linger, time one's, in the attitudes of physicians toward alcohol, in the regulations that still govern prescription drugs, and in the ongoing relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis, a relationship that modern science has finally begun to understand. We now know something that Hermann Bremer and his contemporaries could not have known, something that would have horrified them if they had. The alcohol they prescribed so confidently was systematically destroying their patients' first line of defense against the very disease they were trying to cure. To understand this, we need to understand something about the human lung that 19th century medicine did not know. The lung is not merely a passive organ for breathing. It is not simply a set of bellows that draws in air and pushes it out again. It is an immunological fortress, guarded by specialized cells that stand watch against any invaders that make it past the nose and throat. These guardian cells are called alveolar macrophages. They patrol the tiny air sacs, the alveoli, where oxygen enters the bloodstream and carbon dioxide exits. These are microscopic spaces, invisible to the naked eye, where the barrier between the air we breathe and the blood that sustains us is only a single cell thick. It is a vulnerable place, and the macrophages are its defenders. When a bacterium enters the lungs, when a tuberculosis bacillus rides in on a droplet of infected sputum, expelled by a coughing patient and inhaled by someone nearby, it is the alveolar macrophages that mount the first counterattack. They engulf the invader. They try to destroy it. They send out chemical signals to summon reinforcements from elsewhere in the immune system. This first response is critical. If the macrophages can contain and destroy the bacillus before it establishes a foothold, the infection is defeated. If they cannot, if the bacillus survives, multiplies, spreads, then tuberculosis takes hold. Alcohol impairs these cells. Not subtly, not slightly, profoundly. Studies conducted in the late 20th and early 21st centuries have revealed the mechanism in devastating detail. Chronic alcohol consumption reduces the number of alveolar macrophages in the lungs. It weakens the ones that remain, making them less efficient at engulfing and destroying bacteria. It disrupts the complex signaling pathways by which these cells communicate with the rest of the immune system. It increases oxidative stress in the alveolar space, creating conditions that favour bacterial growth. In essence, alcohol opens the door and invites the enemy in. The sanatorium patients who raised their glasses of Hungarian wine were, without knowing it, toasting to their own destruction. The research is unambiguous. A systematic review of 43 studies published in the early 2000s found that alcohol use disorder is associated with a relative risk of tuberculosis more than 3 times higher than in the general population. This is not a modest increase. This is not a statistical artifact. This is a tripling of risk. And the relationship appears to be dose-dependent. The more alcohol consumed, the greater the vulnerability. Light drinking may have little effect. Heavy drinking dramatically increases the likelihood of infection and disease. The mechanism works at multiple levels. At the cellular level, as we have seen, alcohol impairs the alveolar macrophages. But there are other effects as well. Alcohol disrupts the integrity of the epithelium, the layer of cells that lines the airways. It impairs the ciliary function that helps clear particles and pathogens from the respiratory tract. It affects the production of surfactant, the substance that keeps the alveoli from collapsing. At the systemic level, chronic alcohol use suppresses the production and function of lymphocytes, the white blood cells that coordinate the adaptive immune response. It impairs the function of neutrophils, another type of immune cell important in fighting bacterial infections. It disrupts the production of cytokines, the chemical messengers that orchestrate the immune response. The tuberculosis bacillus, in other words, faces a weakened and disorganized defense. It is more likely to survive the initial encounter with the immune system. It is more likely to establish a foothold. It is more likely to progress from latent infection to active disease. What makes this especially cruel is that the 19th century physicians were not entirely wrong about alcohol's immediate effects. It did warm the skin. It did stimulate appetite in the short term. It did produce a feeling of well-being, a sense that the body was responding positively. These effects are real. They are observable. Time. Ones, they were what physicians saw when they gave their patients brandy and watched for results. But they are also irrelevant to the disease process. The tuberculosis bacillus is patient. Unlike many bacteria that multiply rapidly, causing acute illness within days, Mycobacterium tuberculosis grows slowly. Its generation time, the time it takes to divide into 2 daughter cells, is approximately 20 hours. Compare this to E. coli, which can divide every 20 minutes. The tuberculosis bacillus multiplies at a fraction of that pace. This means that the battle against tuberculosis is not won or lost in an evening, or even in a week. It is fought over months and years. The bacillus establishes itself slowly, gradually colonizing the lung tissue, gradually destroying it. The immune system responds, containing the infection in some cases, failing to contain it in others. The outcome depends on a long war of attrition. And in that long war, the cumulative effects of alcohol prove devastating. A glass of wine at dinner, a cognac at bedtime, these might seem like small things. The immediate effects fade within hours, but the damage to the immune system accumulates. Day after day, week after week, the macrophages are a little less numerous, a little less effective. The signals between immune cells are a little more garbled. The defense against the bacillus is a little weaker. The sanatorium patients who drank their prescribed alcohol were not doing something that might harm them in a single moment. They were doing something that weakened them gradually over the course of their treatment. Each glass was another small defeat in the invisible war being waged within their lungs. And they had no idea. How could they? The immune system works in silence, beneath the threshold of consciousness. We cannot feel our macrophages working. We cannot sense the battle between our white blood cells and invading bacteria. All we can feel is the warmth of the wine, the relaxation of the cognac, the gentle drowsiness that precedes sleep. The doctors who prescribed alcohol were not villains. They were working within the knowledge of their time, following the best available evidence as they understood it. They watched some of their patients improve, and they attributed that improvement to their treatment. They could not see the invisible damage being done at the cellular level. They could not know what we know now. The individual cellular mechanisms tell only part of the story. The broader picture, the population-level relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis, is equally stark. Modern epidemiologists estimate that more than 8% of global tuberculosis cases are attributable to alcohol use disorder. 8% may not sound dramatic until you consider the scale. Tuberculosis still kills more than 1 million people every year worldwide. 8% of that number represents tens of thousands of deaths. Deaths that might not have occurred if alcohol had not weakened the victim's defences. The relationship works in multiple ways. Heavy drinkers are more likely to be infected with tuberculosis in the first place, perhaps because alcohol-related socializing brings them into contact with infected individuals, perhaps because their weakened immunity makes them more susceptible to initial infection. Once infected, they are more likely to progress from latent infection to active disease. And once sick, they are more likely to have poor outcomes, more complications, more severe symptoms, higher mortality. There is also the question of treatment adherence. Tuberculosis treatment today requires taking multiple medications for several months without interruption. Missing doses allows the bacteria to develop resistance. People with alcohol use disorder are less likely to complete their treatment regimens. They are more likely to develop drug-resistant tuberculosis. They are more likely to spread the disease to others. Looking back at the 19th century through this lens, a troubling picture emerges. The patients at Gerbersdorf and Falkenstein and the sanatoriums of Davos were not randomly selected. They were, for the most part, people of means, wealthy enough to afford months of treatment, educated enough to understand that something might be done. Many of them had probably consumed alcohol regularly before their diagnosis. And at the sanatoriums they consumed more. How many of them would have recovered if the wine and cognac had been replaced with milk and water? We can never know for certain. The controlled studies that would answer this question were never conducted, could not have been conducted in an era before randomized trials became standard medical practice. But the biological evidence suggests that at least some of those who died might have lived. But the story of alcohol and tuberculosis is not simply a story of medical error. It is also a story of the disease itself, of the desperate search for any remedy, any relief, any hope. Consider what it meant to have tuberculosis in the 19th century. There was no cure. There was no treatment that reliably worked. You coughed blood into handkerchiefs that you learned to hide from others. You lost weight no matter how much you ate, your body consuming itself from within. You suffered night sweats that drenched your bedclothes and left you shivering by morning. Fever rose in the evenings and broke before dawn. Exhaustion settled into your bones like lead. And you knew, everyone knew, that most people who had what you had did not survive. The statistics were not secret. 1 in 4. That was the number. 1/4 of all deaths in the cities of Europe and America. You had seen it claim neighbours and friends and family members. Now it was claiming you. In that context, alcohol offered something that pure medical logic cannot capture. It offered comfort. A glass of wine at dinner restored a sense of normalcy, a feeling that civilized life continued even as the body failed. The warmth spreading through the chest felt like health, felt like life, felt like perhaps things might not be as bad as they seemed. A glass of cognac at bedtime brought sleep, or at least a gentler transition into the night. It softened the sharp edges of fear, dulled the awareness of what was happening within. In an era before palliative care as we know it, before morphine drips and hospice philosophy, before the modern understanding that comfort care is itself a form of medicine, alcohol was one of the few tools available to ease the dying. Laudanum was available, certainly, opium mixed with alcohol, but it was expensive and carried its own risks of dependency. Wine and brandy were familiar, socially acceptable, prescribed by physicians with complete confidence. We should not underestimate this. The quality of the remaining life matters as much as its quantity. For patients who were going to die regardless of treatment, and many tuberculosis patients in the pre-antibiotic era fell into this category, the comfort provided by a glass of wine may have been worth more than any marginal change in immune function. There is something cruel about judging the dying for seeking comfort. These were people who had been given no hope, who knew that the most likely outcome of their illness was death, who faced months or years of slow decline. If wine made those months more bearable, who are we to condemn them for drinking it? The problem was that doctors did not prescribe alcohol as palliation. They prescribed it as treatment. They told their patients it would help them recover, not merely help them die more peacefully. They raised hopes that could not be fulfilled. They offered false certainty in place of honest uncertainty. And for patients who might have recovered, for those whose disease was not yet too advanced, whose immune system still had the strength to fight, who might have beaten the odds if given the best possible chance, this false hope may have been fatal. The alcohol weakened them at precisely the moment they needed strength. It opened doors that should have remained closed. We have spoken much of doctors and their prescriptions, of debates among physicians and the evolution of medical knowledge. But we have spoken less of the patients, the men and women who actually drank the wine and whiskey, who trusted their physicians and hoped for recovery. What was it like to be a tuberculosis patient in an era when alcohol was medicine? The accounts that survive suggest a complex experience. For some patients, the prescribed alcohol was a welcome indulgence, a reminder of life before illness, of dinners with friends and celebrations and ordinary pleasures. The glass of wine at dinner tasted like the world they had left behind, the world of health and possibility. It brought back memories of better times, and in bringing them back it made the present more bearable. For others, particularly those who had never been drinkers, the prescribed alcohol was an uncomfortable obligation, something they forced down because the doctor ordered it, not because they wanted it. The taste was unfamiliar, the effects disorienting. They drank it as they might have drunk any other medicine, grimacing perhaps, but trusting that it would help. At the grand sanatoriums, the evening meal with its accompanying wine took on an almost ritualistic quality. Patients dressed for dinner in their finest clothes, those who could still fit into them. They gathered in elegant dining rooms with crystal chandeliers and white tablecloths. They made conversation about art and politics and the news from distant cities. They maintained the forms of civilized society even as their bodies failed them. The wine was part of this performance, a way of insisting that they were still people, not merely patients, not merely the dying. To drink wine at dinner was to participate in ordinary life, to refuse to be defined entirely by disease. It was an act of dignity, of defiance, of hope. Some found genuine comfort in it. The warmth of the alcohol, the softening of anxiety, the easier sleep that followed, these were real benefits, even if they did nothing to cure the underlying disease. The night was less frightening after a glass of cognac. The darkness seemed less absolute. Sleep came more easily, and when it came, it brought respite from the constant awareness of illness. In an era without effective pain management, without the sophisticated palliative care we know today, alcohol served a function that pure medical logic cannot dismiss. It eased suffering. It provided moments of peace. It made the unbearable a little more bearable. Others became dependent. The line between medical prescription and addiction is not always clear, and 19th century medicine did not police it carefully. Patients who arrived at sanatoriums as moderate drinkers sometimes left, if they left at all, thus as heavy ones. The disease gave them permission. The doctors gave them prescriptions. The bottles kept coming, day after day, week after week. The progression from medical treatment to dependency was subtle and insidious. First, the wine at dinner, then perhaps a glass in the afternoon when the anxiety became too much. Then the cognac at bedtime extended from 1 glass to 2. By the time a patient realized what was happening, the habit was established. And who would tell a dying person to stop drinking when drinking had been prescribed by their physician? How many tuberculosis patients developed alcohol problems as a result of medical treatment? The records do not permit a precise answer. This was not a question that 19th century physicians thought to ask, and even if they had asked it, they might not have recognized the problem. The concept of alcoholism as a disease was still developing. The line between acceptable medical use and problematic dependency was blurred. But the question itself reveals something about the era, about the unintended consequences that flow from even well-intentioned medical practice. The doctors who prescribed alcohol believed they were helping their patients. In some ways, perhaps they were. In other ways, they were creating new problems even as they failed to solve the original one. Among the tuberculosis patients of the 19th and early 20th centuries were many of the era's most celebrated writers and artists. And among these, alcohol often played a complex role, sometimes prescribed, sometimes self-administered, always intertwined with the creative work that made them famous. Consider Edgar Allan Poe, who watched his young wife Virginia cough blood while singing in 1842, and who spent the next 5 years watching her die. Virginia was only 20 years old when the hemorrhage began, and she would die at 24. Poe's drinking intensified dramatically during this period. By his own admission, he was often insensible with alcohol, disappearing for days at a time, reappearing dishevelled and disoriented. Was this self-medication for his grief? Was it a response to his own suspected tuberculosis? Some historians believe Poe showed symptoms of the disease himself. Was it simply the continuation of earlier patterns, exacerbated by unbearable circumstances? The historical record allows no certain answer. What we know is that the years of Virginia's illness and death were the darkest of Poe's life, and that alcohol was deeply involved. Robert Louis Stevenson, at Saranac Lake and throughout his short life, maintained his habits despite medical advice to the contrary. He smoked, reportedly 4 packs of cigarettes a day, and drank freely. He pushed himself physically, travelling to the South Seas when doctors advised against it, living as though the disease might be outrun rather than accommodated. He befriended his physician Trudeau, engaging in long conversations about literature and medicine, but he never fully submitted to the discipline the sanatorium required. He died at 44, far from the Adirondack Mountains that had offered temporary respite. He was in Samoa, in the house he had built on a mountain, in the place he had chosen to make his final stand against the illness that had pursued him all his life. He was opening a bottle of wine when the stroke that killed him struck. It was cerebral hemorrhage, not tuberculosis, that took him in the end, though the years of illness had surely weakened him. Time. Turcus. The Bronte sisters, Charlotte, Emily and Anne, lived their short lives in the shadow of consumption. Their brother Branwell died of tuberculosis in 1848, probably exacerbated by his heavy drinking and opium use. Emily died 3 months later, at 30, having refused all medical attention. Anne died 5 months after that. Charlotte alone survived past 30, only to die in pregnancy at 38, likely of tuberculosis complicated by hyperemesis gravidarum. What role did alcohol play in these deaths? The evidence is fragmentary. Branwell certainly drank heavily. The sisters themselves were more temperate, though patent medicines containing alcohol were commonly used. The disease would have taken them regardless. But the mythology that grew around them, the romantic image of the consumptive artist, often included the glass of wine, the evening cordial, the prescribed stimulant. The romantic image of the consumptive artist, pale, inspired, burning with creative fire, often included a glass in hand. Keats writing his odes by candlelight, Byron at the height of his scandalous fame, Chopin at the piano coughing into his handkerchief. The mythology surrounding these figures blurs the line between their art and their illness, between their creativity and their destruction. We should be careful not to romanticize this. The tubercular artist drinking wine by candlelight makes for a compelling image, but the reality was suffering, was fear, was slow suffocation, as the lungs filled with disease. The alcohol did not make them better writers. It did not make their deaths more beautiful. It may have hastened those deaths, or it may simply have made them more bearable. The line between medicine and escape was never clear. When the sanatoriums closed and the antibiotics arrived, something was lost along with the wine cellars and the cure porches. It was not medical efficacy. The antibiotics were unquestionably better at treating tuberculosis than anything that came before. Streptomycin, discovered in 1943, could actually kill the tuberculosis bacillus. Isoniazid, introduced in 1952, was even more effective. For the first time in human history, tuberculosis was curable, not through rest and diet and wishful thinking, but through chemical compounds that attack the disease at its source. The sanatoriums emptied. Time thus speeds. Patients who had expected to spend months or years in the mountains went home after weeks. The grand buildings that had been filled with the dying became hotels, or were converted into schools, or simply stood empty, their cure porches vacant, their wine cellars silent. It was something harder to name that was lost. A sense of ritual, perhaps. A philosophy of care that attended to the whole person, not merely the disease. The sanatorium had been a place where patients lived for months or years, where their daily routines were structured around healing, where the doctors knew them by name and monitored their progress week by week. The dining room, with its wine and formal dinners, had been part of that comprehensive care. The new treatment was different. Take these pills. Take them for 6 months. Do not miss a dose. Come back for follow-up appointments. The cure was faster, more effective, more scientific. It was also less personal. The patient was not a resident of a healing community. They were a case number, a prescription, a follow-up file. The alcohol had been part of the older model, part of the evening meal, part of the bedtime ritual, part of the comprehensive care that the sanatorium provided. Removing it was medically correct. We know now that the alcohol was doing harm, not good. But something about the experience of being cared for changed when the glass of wine disappeared from the table. Something about feeling attended to, about being part of a healing ritual, about the ceremony of recovery. Perhaps this is sentimentality. The sanatorium regime with its wine and cognac was killing people, or at least failing to save them while giving the impression of treatment. The antibiotics actually worked. No amount of ritual and atmosphere can substitute for effective medicine. A cure porch and a glass of Tokay cannot compete with streptomycin. And yet, the modern study of medicine has begun to rediscover some of what the sanatoriums knew. The importance of the healing environment. The value of attention to the whole patient. Their fears, their hopes, their daily experience of illness. The recognition that care involves more than medication. That human beings need more than pills to heal. These insights, stripped of the alcohol and the pseudoscience, remain valid. Modern hospice care, modern palliative medicine, modern attention to quality of life alongside quantity. These owe something to the sanatorium tradition, even as they reject its specific methods. The wine is gone. But the recognition that dying people deserve comfort, that healing involves more than chemistry, that care must attend to the person as well as the disease, these remain. Today, no physician prescribes whiskey for tuberculosis. The practice has passed so completely into history that it seems almost unbelievable, a curiosity from another age, like bloodletting or trepanning. If you told a modern pulmonologist that doctors once prescribed alcohol for lung disease, they might laugh, or shake their head in disbelief, or simply stare at you wondering if you were joking. And yet the echoes persist. The relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis has not gone away. It has simply reversed, no longer prescribed as treatment, but recognised as a major risk factor for the disease. In Eastern Europe and Central Asia, where tuberculosis remains a significant public health challenge, alcohol use disorder is one of the major barriers to effective treatment. Russia in particular faces a dual epidemic, rates of both tuberculosis and alcohol use disorder that rank among the highest in the world. The two problems feed on each other, creating cycles of infection and reinfection that public health officials struggle to break. Patients who drink heavily are less likely to complete their medication regimens. Tuberculosis treatment requires months of daily pill taking, and alcohol makes adherence difficult. Missed doses lead to incomplete treatment. Incomplete treatment leads to drug resistance. Drug-resistant tuberculosis spreads to others, creating new cases that are harder to cure than the original. They are more likely to develop drug-resistant strains. Multi-drug-resistant tuberculosis, MDR-TB, is one of the most frightening public health challenges of our time. It requires longer, more toxic treatment regimens, and it kills more often than ordinary tuberculosis. Alcohol use disorder is one of the factors that helps create it. The intersection of alcohol and tuberculosis that the 19th century physicians observed, however much they misunderstood it, remains a deadly reality. They saw the connection. They drew the wrong conclusions. But the connection itself was real. There is also the broader question of medicine uncertainty. The doctors who prescribed alcohol for tuberculosis were not charlatans. They were trained professionals, working within respected institutions, following the best available evidence as they understood it. They attended medical schools, read medical journals, discussed cases with colleagues. They were wrong, but their wrongness was not obvious at the time. It took decades of research and the arrival of truly effective treatments to reveal the error. What errors are we making now? What treatments that seem sensible today will future generations regard with the same mixture of pity and bewilderment that we feel toward the whiskey prescription? What confident certainties of our own time will dissolve under future scrutiny? We cannot know. That is the humbling truth. We can only proceed with humility, testing our assumptions, remaining open to evidence that contradicts what we believe. The story of alcohol and tuberculosis is ultimately a story about the limits of knowledge and the consequences of those limits. It is a story about hope, the hope of patients who drank their prescribed wine believing it would save them, the hope of doctors who poured it, believing they were helping. That hope was misplaced. But it was human, and it was real. And it reminds us that our own hopes, our own certainties, our own confident treatments may one day look equally misguided. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. Let the weight of this history settle as the snow settles on the mountains where so many came seeking cures. We began in the mountains of Silesia in 1875, in a sanatorium where tuberculosis patients raised glasses of Hungarian wine and believed they were being healed. We met Hermann Bremer, the young man who came down from the Himalayas convinced that he had found the cure for consumption. We saw him build his sanatorium, establish his reputation, publish his statistics. Those statistics that seemed so impressive at the time, that convinced physicians across Europe that something miraculous was happening in the mountains. We followed his disciple Peter Detweiler, who refined the cure, rest instead of exercise, the lying cure instead of the walking cure, but kept the wine. The tradition was established, and Detweiler saw no reason to question it. We travelled to Davos, where the sanatoriums rose in the Swiss Alps with their wine cellars and their ceremonial dinners. We crossed the Atlantic to Saranac Lake watching. Edward Trudeau chart a different course, fresh air and rest and discipline, but no alcohol. We passed through the strange interlude of prohibition when 11 million prescriptions for whiskey were written each year in a nation that had banned alcohol entirely. We saw the doctors who wrote those prescriptions, some believing in what they prescribed, others simply profiting from a profitable loophole. We saw the pharmacists who filled them, the patients who drank them believing they were medicine, the system that evolved around a practice that the medical establishment had officially declared useless. We traced the slow accumulation of evidence, the animal studies, the epidemiological data, the cellular research, that finally answered the question the 19th century could not resolve. We learned what alcohol does to the alveolar macrophages, those silent guardians of the lung, and how that damage translates into a tripling of tuberculosis risk. We understood at last what the patients at Gerbersdorf could never have understood, what each glass of prescribed wine was doing to their chances of survival. And we arrived at our own time, when the relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis is understood as it never was before, when no reputable physician would dream of prescribing whiskey for consumption, when the practice has passed so completely into history that it seems almost unbelievable. This is not a simple story of heroes and villains. The doctors who prescribed alcohol were not evil. They were working within the knowledge of their time. The reformers who opposed them were not always right for the right reasons. Science advanced not through moments of revelation, but through the slow, painful accumulation of evidence over decades. What does this story tell us about medicine, about science, about ourselves? It tells us first that good intentions are not sufficient. The physicians who prescribed alcohol genuinely wanted to help their patients. They observed, they reasoned, they drew what seemed like logical conclusions. And they were wrong. Wanting to help is not the same as helping. This is a lesson that medicine learns and relearns across the centuries. The history of our profession is littered with treatments that seemed logical, seemed helpful, seemed obviously correct, and turned out to cause harm. Bloodletting weakened patients who needed their strength. Mercury damaged the very bodies it was meant to heal. Thalidomide caused birth defects that haunt us still. And alcohol weakened the immunity of patients fighting for their lives. It tells us that the appearance of benefit is not the same as benefit itself. Alcohol warmed the skin, stimulated appetite, promoted sleep. These effects were real and observable. But they were not the effects that mattered. The effects that mattered, the weakening of immunity, the increased vulnerability to infection, were invisible to 19th century observation. We see what we can see. We measure what we can measure. And we draw conclusions from that limited evidence, believing we have understood the whole when we have only glimpsed a part. The warm flush of the patient's cheeks seemed like health returning. The increased appetite seemed like the body gathering strength. These visible signs obscured the invisible destruction happening within. It tells us that tradition can be wrong. The prescription of alcohol for tuberculosis was not the invention of a single eccentric physician. It was a widespread practice, endorsed by medical authorities, taught in medical schools, followed in the most prestigious institutions. The weight of tradition is not proof of correctness. Generations of physicians prescribed alcohol because their teachers had prescribed alcohol, and their teachers before them. The practice seemed to work, or at least it did not seem to fail in any obvious way. Some patients improved, others died. The same was true without alcohol. In the absence of controlled trials, in the absence of the statistical methods we now take for granted, it was impossible to know which treatments helped and which harmed. Tradition filled the void where evidence should have been. And it tells us something about hope, about the desperate need to do something, anything, when faced with a disease that seemed otherwise unstoppable. In the absence of effective treatment, doctors prescribed what they had. Patients took what they were given. Hope sustained them, even when the object of that hope was misplaced. Hope is not nothing. Even misplaced hope has value. It keeps the dying from despair. It motivates them to continue fighting. It makes the unbearable slightly more bearable. The patients who believed they were being healed by their wine and cognac found comfort in that belief. The comfort was real, even if the healing was not. What do we carry forward from this story? We carry the recognition that medicine is a process, not a destination. The answers of today may be the errors of tomorrow. This is not an argument for rejecting medical advice, but for understanding it in context, as the best available approximation of truth, not as truth itself. Every generation of physicians believes, with varying degrees of confidence, that it has finally understood what previous generations got wrong. The doctors of the 1950s believed they had solved the tuberculosis problem with antibiotics. Then came drug resistance. The doctors of the 1980s believed they understood infectious disease. Then came HIV. Each solution reveals new problems. Each answer generates new questions. This is not failure. It is the nature of scientific progress. But it should teach us humility. We carry the memory of patients who trusted their doctors and drank what they were prescribed. They deserve to be remembered, not with condescension, but with compassion. They were doing their best, just as we do our best, navigating uncertainty with the tools available. These were not gullible fools. They were people facing a terrible disease with no good options, who followed the advice of the most educated professionals their society could produce. Their trust was reasonable. Their hope was human. That the trust was misplaced and the hope ultimately futile does not diminish them. It reminds us that we too place our trust in experts. We too hope that our treatments will work, and we too may one day be pitied by future generations who know what we cannot. We carry an awareness that the intersection of alcohol and disease remains medically significant. The tuberculosis bacillus has not disappeared from the world. It still kills more than 1 million people every year. And alcohol use disorder remains one of the factors that enables it, weakening immunity, disrupting treatment, feeding the cycles of infection that public health officials struggle to break. The pattern we have traced tonight, of alcohol making tuberculosis worse, continues to this day. In Russia and Eastern Europe, in homeless shelters and prisons, in marginalized communities around the world, the old combination persists. The whiskey prescription has ended, but the relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis has not. Perhaps, most importantly, we carry a sense of humility. The doctors of the 19th century were educated, thoughtful people who believed they were doing the right thing. History has not been kind to their beliefs. We have no guarantee that history will be kinder to ours. Somewhere in our current medical practice, in our current confident certainties, there may be errors as profound as the whiskey prescription. We cannot know which beliefs will fall. We can only proceed with care, test our assumptions honestly, and remain open to evidence that contradicts what we think we know. There are no easy answers. There never were. And perhaps that is the most important thing to carry forward. The recognition that certainty is often illusion, that knowledge is always provisional, and that the best we can do is try our hardest with whatever tools and understanding we have. The sanatoriums are gone now. The wine cellars have been emptied or converted to other uses. The prescription pads that once demanded whiskey now carry the names of antibiotics and antivirals. But somewhere, in the mountains where patients once lay on cure porches, breathing the thin cold air, the memory persists. In the converted hotels that were once places of healing and dying. In the medical archives that preserve the records of another age. In the human hope that any remedy, however unlikely, might offer salvation. If you were to visit Davos today, you would find a ski resort and conference centre. The cure porches have been enclosed to make hotel rooms. The dining halls where patients raise their glasses of wine now host business executives and winter tourists. The magic mountain that Thomas Mann immortalised has been transformed into something ordinary, something commercial, something that remembers its past only in plaques and museum exhibits. At Saranac Lake, some of the old cure cottages still stand. They are protected now as historical buildings, testaments to an era when tuberculosis shaped an entire town. Trudeau's original sanatorium has been converted into other uses. His laboratory became the Trudeau Institute, still conducting medical research, though now into immunology rather than tuberculosis specifically. His legacy survives, stripped of the whiskey debate that he largely won. The glass of wine at dinner, the cognac at bedtime, these were not merely medical treatments. They were rituals of hope, performed by the dying and those who cared for them, in an age when hope was often all that medicine could offer. Think of what it meant to drink that prescribed wine. To lift the glass, knowing that your physician believed it would help you. To feel the warmth spreading through your chest and believe, truly believe, that it was the warmth of healing. To maintain the forms of civilized dining even as disease ravaged your body. To participate in a communal ritual with others who shared your fate. There was meaning in that glass, beyond whatever physical effects the alcohol produced. That hope was misplaced, but it was real. And perhaps that is the most human part of this story. Not the science that eventually corrected the error, but the hope that sustained it for so long. We are creatures who need to believe in something, who cannot endure hopelessness, who will grasp at any treatment that promises relief from suffering. The whiskey prescription endured not because doctors were foolish, but because patients needed hope and alcohol provided the illusion of it. The glass remains. Not the physical glass. That has long since been broken or recycled or lost. But the memory of what it represented. The desperate search for healing. The trust between patient and physician. The hope that any remedy, however improbable, might be the one that saves us. That hope is with us still. It lives in every patient who asks their doctor for something, anything that might help. In every physician who wishes they had better treatments to offer. In the ongoing human struggle against disease and death, and the terrible uncertainty that surrounds both. Let us return, one final time, to that dining hall in the mountains of Silesia. It is evening. The snow has begun to fall again, visible through the tall windows as white flakes against the darkening sky. The patients have gathered for dinner, dressed in their finest clothes, maintaining the forms of civilization even as disease works within them. A waiter moves between the tables, pouring wine from bottles of Hungarian Tokay. The crystal catches the gaslight, and for a moment the wine glows like amber, like honey, like something precious. The patients lift their glasses. Some of them are laughing, sharing stories of distant homes and distant lives. Others are quiet, their thoughts turned inward. A young woman near the window gazes at the falling snow. An elderly gentleman studies his wine, as if reading something in its depths. They drink. They believe, most of them, that what they are drinking will help them. That the warmth spreading through their chests is the warmth of healing. That the doctors who prescribe this wine know what they are doing. We know now that they were wrong. We know what the wine was doing to their immune systems, to their chances of survival, to the invisible battle being waged within their lungs. We know what they could not know. But we cannot save them. They are beyond our reach, separated by more than a century of time and knowledge. All we can do is remember them. Remember their hope, remember their trust, remember that they were people doing their best in an impossible situation. The wine was not the cure they sought, but perhaps in its way it offered them something else. A moment of normalcy, a sense of civilization persisting, a ritual that connected them to the world they were losing. Outside, the mountains stand as they have always stood, indifferent to human suffering, indifferent to human hope, indifferent to the debates of physicians and the fears of patients. The same peaks that Hermann Bremer saw when he built his sanatorium. The same forests that patients walked through, breathing deeply, believing the air would save them. The mountains have outlasted the sanatoriums, outlasted the patients, outlasted the entire era when tuberculosis ruled and alcohol was prescribed as its cure. And so, as the night deepens and the sanatorium dining hall fades into memory, we leave behind the doctors and their prescriptions, the debates and the doubts, the science that came too late to save those who needed it most. But their legacy remains in our understanding of immunity and infection, in our humility about medical certainty, in the ongoing relationship between alcohol and disease that still claims lives today. The story we have traced tonight is not merely history. It is a reminder of how medicine works, of how knowledge grows, of how well-meaning people can do harm while trying to help. It is a reminder to question certainties, to test assumptions, to remain humble in the face of what we do not yet understand. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another corner of tuberculosis history, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of mountain air carry you gently into sleep. Let the distant sound of crystal glasses raised in hope echo into quietness. The wine has been poured and drunk. The patients have retired to their rooms. The snow continues to fall on the mountains where so many came seeking cures they would not find. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like or share it with someone who might need it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for remembering with us those who drank in hope and died in ignorance of what they were drinking. Good night. In 2014, a secret group of scientists gathered in a Warsaw church under cover of night. They came to examine a human heart, one that had been preserved in cognac for 165 years, the heart of Frédéric Chopin. When they finally opened the crystal urn, they found what medical science had suspected for more than a century and a half, the lesions of tuberculosis. The disease that silenced the most poetic piano ever played. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we trace the journey of Frédéric Chopin, the Polish exile who revolutionized the piano, who composed music of such intimate beauty that it was never meant for concert halls, and who spent the last 11 years of his life slowly suffocating from tuberculosis. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from literature to music, from fashion to the architecture of cities. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in. Find a comfortable position. Let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through Warsaw drawing rooms and Parisian salons, through a disastrous winter in Majorca, and finally to a quiet apartment on the Place Vendôme, where Europe's greatest pianist drew his final breath. Let's begin. Paris, a winter evening in 1842. The salon is small by aristocratic standards, perhaps 30 guests arranged on silk-upholstered chairs. The women wear their hair parted in the centre, swept back, their gowns high-waisted in the Empire style, now giving way to fuller sleeves and tighter bodices. The men stand at the edges, their evening coats dark against the cream walls. At the centre of the room, barely visible behind the curved lid of a Pleyel piano, sits a man so slight, so pale, that he might be mistaken for a consumptive's ghost. He's 32 years old, though he appears older, worn somehow, as if life has been slowly erasing him. His fingers touch the keys, and the room holds its breath. This is Frédéric Chopin, and what he plays is unlike anything else in the musical world of his time. The great virtuosos of the era, Franz Liszt, Sigismund Thalberg, they perform in concert halls. They dazzle crowds of thousands with cascading arpeggios and thundering chords. They are athletes of the keyboard. Chopin is something else entirely. He plays as if the music were breathing. The melody rises and falls like the chest of someone dreaming, the notes suspended in candlelight, intimate as a whispered confession. There are no pyrotechnics here, no displays of superhuman dexterity, only poetry. And poetry is what Chopin needs, because his body cannot sustain anything more. In his entire life, Frédéric Chopin will give only about 30 public concerts, 30 performances for a career spanning 20 years. In an era when professional pianists might perform 100 concerts in a single year, this is an almost incomprehensible restraint. But Chopin does not restrain himself by choice. His lungs cannot endure the demands of concert performance, the travel, the exertion, the sheer physical toll of projecting music across a vast hall, the intimate salon where he can play softly, where he can breathe between phrases, where the audience comes close enough to see his hands. This is not aesthetic preference, it is medical necessity. The disease that makes him too weak for concert halls will also make him immortal, because music written for intimate spaces, for quiet evenings, for the edge of sleep, that music will outlive the thundering virtuosos by centuries. Tonight we explore how tuberculosis shaped the sound of the piano itself. To understand Chopin, we must first understand the Poland that made him, and the Poland that he could never return to. Friedrich Franciszek Chopin was born on the 1st of March 1810 in the village of Żelazowa Wola, about 50 kilometers west of Warsaw. His mother, Justyna Krzyżanowska, was Polish. His father, Nicholas, was French, an emigrant from Lorraine, who had arrived in Poland in 1787, at the age of 16, and never left. The Poland of Chopin's birth was not truly Poland at all. It was the Duchy of Warsaw, a puppet state created by Napoleon, and even this fiction would dissolve within a few years. By 1815, when Chopin was 5 years old, Poland had been carved up between Russia, Prussia and Austria. The country existed only in memory and in music. 6 months after Chopin's birth, the family moved to Warsaw, where his father had secured a position teaching French at the Warsaw Lyceum, housed in the Saxon Palace. The boy grew up in rooms within the palace grounds, surrounded by the children of the Polish aristocracy, speaking French at home and Polish in the streets. He was a prodigy in the truest sense. By the age of 4, he was playing the piano. By 7, he had composed 2 polonaises. By 8, he was giving private concerts for Warsaw's elite, a child in a velvet suit, seated at a piano far too large for him, producing sounds that made grown men weep. His first formal music tutor was Wojciech Żywny, a Czech-born pianist who recognized immediately that the boy was extraordinary. Żywny trained him in the classical tradition, Bach, Mozart, but there was something in the child's playing that could not be taught, a quality of intimacy, of inner listening, as if the music existed first inside him, and the piano was merely the instrument of revelation. Żywny was an old-fashioned musician, trained in the 18th century style. He believed in the supremacy of Bach, in the importance of counterpoint, in the discipline of correct technique. He instilled in young Frederick a foundation that would serve him throughout his life, even as the student quickly surpassed the teacher. By the time Chopin was 11, Żywny admitted that he had nothing more to teach the boy. The child had absorbed everything his teacher knew, and had begun to develop in directions that Żywny could not follow, but the foundation remained. Throughout his career, Chopin revered Bach above all other composers. He warmed up by playing the well-tempered clavier. He recommended Bach to his students as the ultimate teacher. At the Warsaw Lyceum, Chopin was a good student, popular among his classmates. He had a gift for mimicry and caricature, a sharp wit and an easy charm. But music consumed him. By the time he entered the Warsaw Conservatory in 1826, at 16, he was already one of the finest pianists in Eastern Europe. During summer holidays, the teenage Chopin visited the countryside, attending peasant weddings and harvest festivals. He listened to the village musicians with their fiddles and bagpipes. He noted down the texts of folk songs. He absorbed the rhythms of the mazurka and the polonaise, the dances that would later become his signature. The mazurka, a folk dance from the Mazovia region where Chopin was born, had a distinctive triple meter with an accent on the 2nd or 3rd beat. It was rough, vital music, played on instruments that would never be welcome in a Warsaw salon. But Chopin heard something in it that sophisticated musicians had missed. He heard poetry. The polonaise was more ceremonial, a processional dance associated with the Polish nobility, with national pride, with the grandeur of a Poland that no longer existed as an independent nation. To play a polonaise was to make a political statement, however indirect. It was to assert that Poland still lived, if only in music. These folk influences shaped everything Chopin later composed: the rhythms of the village, the harmonies of the bagpipe, the ceremonial pride of the polonaise. They seeped into his nocturnes, his ballads, his preludes. Even his most sophisticated Parisian works carry traces of the Polish countryside. Polish folk music entered his bloodstream and never left. Even in Paris, even at the height of sophistication, his mazurkas would carry the unmistakable accent of the Polish village. In November of 1830, Chopin left Warsaw. He was 20 years old, carrying a small container of Polish soil given to him by friends. He did not know it, but he would never return. Within weeks of his departure, the November uprising began, Poland's desperate attempt to throw off Russian rule. The uprising was born of hope and desperation in equal measure. Polish nationalists believed that the moment had come, that Europe was ready to support their cause, that the Russian Empire could be challenged, that independence was within reach. They were wrong, but they could not have known that at the time. Young men took up arms, students left their studies. The streets of Warsaw became battlefields. For nearly a year, the Poles fought with courage and determination. They won early victories. They established a provisional government. They believed for a brief moment that freedom was possible. Chopin, in Vienna, and then in Munich and Stuttgart, followed the news with anguish. He wanted to return to fight, but friends persuaded him that his health would not survive a military campaign. His contribution to Poland would have to be his music, not his blood. Within a year, the uprising had been crushed. Warsaw was occupied. Many of Chopin's friends were imprisoned, exiled, or dead. In Stuttgart, waiting to hear whether his family had survived, Chopin received the news that Warsaw had fallen. He wrote in his journal, "The suburbs are destroyed, burned. Jas, Willisch probably dead on the ramparts. I see Marcel a prisoner, Sawinski, that kind soul, in the hands of those brutes. Oh God, do you exist?" The Poland he loved existed now only in his music, and in the soil he carried with him, which would one day be scattered on his grave. The container of Polish soil became one of Chopin's most treasured possessions. It was a tangible connection to a homeland he could not visit, a piece of the earth that had nurtured him. Throughout his years in Paris, through all his travels, he kept it with him, a talisman, a reminder, a promise. Friends who knew of the soil understood what it meant. It was not merely sentiment, it was identity, carried in a small container across borders that Chopin could not cross himself. When he asked for it to be scattered on his grave, he was asking to be reunited with Poland in the only way left to him. But that reunion was years away. First came Paris, the city that would become his second home, the stage for his greatest triumphs and his most profound suffering. Chopin arrived in Paris in September of 1831, at the age of 21. He came as one of thousands of Polish refugees fleeing the failed uprising, but unlike most, he came with letters of introduction to the most important musicians in Europe. Paris, in the 1830s, was the undisputed capital of the musical world. The city throbbed with talent. Berlioz was writing his Symphonie Fantastique. Liszt was dazzling audiences with his demonic virtuosity. Rossini held court at the Théâtre Italien. Into this world stepped the pale, young Pole with his quiet manners and his revolutionary fingers. His debut concert in February of 1832 was a sensation. The Revue Musicale wrote, "Here is a young man who, surrendering himself to his natural impressions and taking no model, has found, if not a complete renewal of pianoforte music, at least a part of what has been sought in vain for a long time, namely, an abundance of original ideas." Another critic wrote that Chopin had an entirely new character in his playing, something that could not be classified according to the prevailing schools of pianism. He was neither the thundering virtuoso in the Liszt mode nor the elegant sentimentalist. He was something unprecedented. The concert took place at the Salle Pleyel, named for the piano manufacturer Camille Pleyel, who would become one of Chopin's most important supporters. The hall was intimate by concert standards, seating perhaps 400. Even so, it was larger than Chopin preferred. But Chopin quickly realized that public concerts were not for him. The physical demands were enormous. A concert pianist in the 1830s needed to project across halls seating 1,000 or more. The playing had to be loud, emphatic, theatrical, and Chopin's style was the opposite, refined, nuanced, dependent on subtleties that would be lost in a vast space. More than that, his body was beginning to fail. The symptoms had started earlier, perhaps as early as his adolescence. Chronic coughs, fatigue, susceptibility to every passing cold. In Paris, the symptoms worsened. The damp winters, the coal smoke, the endless social demands. They wore him down. So Chopin made a strategic choice that would define his career. He would perform primarily in salons. This was not a retreat from musical life. It was a redefinition of what musical life could be. Chopin recognized that the intimate salon offered something the concert hall could not, a space where his particular genius could flourish. He did not compete with Liszt for the crowds. He created his own audience, his own context, his own world. The strategy was brilliant. Within a few years, Chopin became the most sought-after pianist in Paris, not because he filled concert halls, but because he filled salons with people desperate to hear him. An invitation to a soirée where Chopin would play became one of the most coveted social prizes in the city. And the fees he could command for private performances matched or exceeded what concert artists earned. The wealthy aristocrats who hosted him were willing to pay handsomely for the privilege of his presence. Chopin never suffered from want of money, despite playing so few public concerts. The Parisian salon of the 1830s was not merely a party, it was an institution, the crucible of French cultural life. In the drawing rooms of aristocratic hostesses, poets met painters, politicians met philosophers, and musicians performed for audiences who listened with an attention that the concert hall could not match. For Chopin, the salon was ideal. 30 guests, 40 at most. Candles rather than gas lamps. A Pleyel piano, lighter in touch than the English instruments, positioned so that he could play softly and still be heard. The audience close enough to see his hands to catch every nuance. Contemporary accounts describe his playing as extraordinary. One had to come close to him to catch the pianissimo, wrote one listener. His fortissimo was still a mezzo forte. Another described a quality of tone that seemed to float above the keyboard, never quite striking the keys but caressing them. His rubato, the elastic stretching and contracting of tempo, was unlike anything else in the repertoire. Rubato, from the Italian for stolen, refers to the practice of slightly accelerating or slowing the tempo for expressive purposes. All romantic pianists employed rubato, but Chopin's approach was distinctive. He would often keep the left hand strictly in time while allowing the right hand to float freely, creating a sense of melody that hovers above the accompaniment like a voice above its backing. The left hand, Chopin told his students, is the conductor. It must never waver. The right hand, meanwhile, could sing and sigh and breathe. This independence between the hands, this sense of two voices in conversation rather than one mechanism operating, was central to Chopin's sound. The great German poet Heinrich Heine, who knew Chopin personally, wrote, "Chopin is the Raphael of the piano. He is a poet, the most profound of any living musician. He gives you countries that exist only in our dreams." The salon also provided Chopin with his primary income, teaching. He became the most sought-after piano teacher in Paris, charging what would be several $100s per lesson in today's money. His students were the daughters of counts and bankers, young aristocrats seeking the polish that a Chopin education could provide. He was, by all accounts, a meticulous and patient teacher. He insisted on technique, on fingering, on the correct posture of the hand, but above all he insisted on singing, on making the piano breathe as a human voice breathes, on phrasing as an Italian opera singer phrases. "You must sing if you wish to play," he told his students, and they understood what he meant only when they heard him play. The music seemed to come from somewhere beyond technique, beyond the black and white keys. It came from the same place that poetry comes from, some depth of feeling that ordinary language cannot reach. His teaching schedule was punishing, sometimes 5 or 6 lessons a day, walking or taking carriages across Paris from one aristocratic household to another. The income was excellent, but the toll on his fragile health was considerable. By afternoon he was often exhausted, and yet the lessons continued. His students remembered specific details of his instruction. He demanded a particular position of the hand, curved but relaxed, the fingers striking the keys at a slight angle. He insisted on suppleness of the wrist. He abhorred unnecessary movement, theatrical gestures, anything that interfered with the pure transmission of sound. Simplicity is the final achievement, Chopin told one student. After one has played a vast quantity of notes and more notes, it is simplicity that emerges as the crowning reward of art. This philosophy, that complexity should serve expression, not display, ran counter to the prevailing virtuoso culture. The great performers of the day competed to play faster, louder, more astonishingly. Chopin taught his students to play more beautifully. Among his students were some of the finest pianists of the next generation. Karol Mikuli, who would later publish an important edition of Chopin's works, studied with him for years. Princess Marcelina Czartoryska became one of the most celebrated performers of Chopin's music. They carried his teachings forward, creating a chain of transmission that extended into the 20th century. In Paris, Chopin found himself at the center of the greatest concentration of artistic genius in 19th century Europe. He knew Franz Liszt, his temperamental opposite, Liszt the showman, Liszt the theatrical virtuoso, Liszt who played to thousands where Chopin played to dozens. They admired each other, though their friendship was complicated. Liszt sometimes performed Chopin's music in concert, but he added his own embellishments, his own theatrical touches which Chopin found vulgar. The contrast between the two men was striking. Liszt was tall, handsome, commanding, a born performer who thrived on the energy of crowds. Chopin was slight, delicate, reserved, a born artist who preferred the intimacy of small gatherings. Liszt conquered audiences, Chopin seduced them. They respected each other's gifts, but they understood music differently. For Liszt, music was a public act, a form of communication with the masses. For Chopin, music was private, personal, almost secret. Liszt sought glory. Chopin sought perfection. In later years, their friendship cooled. There were rumours of jealousy, of competition, of slights real or imagined. After Chopin's death, Liszt wrote a biography that was more hagiography than scholarship, a tribute to a genius he had admired but perhaps never fully understood. He knew Hector Berlioz, the visionary orchestrator who was remaking what the symphony could be. He knew Felix Mendelssohn, the German prodigy who combined classical form with romantic expression. He knew Vincenzo Bellini, the Italian opera composer whose melodic lines influenced Chopin's own sense of vocal phrase. Bellini's influence on Chopin was profound. The Italian composer wrote operas, Norma, La Sonnambula, I Puritani, with melodies of such purity and expressiveness that they seemed to transcend the voice itself. Chopin studied these operas obsessively. He attended performances whenever he could. He analysed how Bellini constructed his melodic lines, how he phrased, how he allowed the voice to breathe. Play as Bellini would sing, Chopin told his students. It was the highest praise he could offer. When Bellini died in 1835, at the age of 33, Chopin was devastated. He had lost not just a friend, but a teacher, someone who had shown him what the piano might become if it could only learn to sing. And he knew the painters, Eugène Delacroix above all. Delacroix, the leading painter of French Romanticism, became one of Chopin's closest friends. They met through George Sand in 1838, and the connection was immediate. Delacroix, like Chopin, was an artist of intensity, who concealed his fire beneath a reserved manner. He understood what Chopin was trying to do with the piano in the same way that a fellow painter might understand. In 1838, Delacroix painted a double portrait, Chopin at the piano, George Sand behind him, listening. It was never finished. Later, after some unknown dispute or simply through the chaos of artistic estate sales, the painting was cut in two. Today, Chopin and Sand hang in separate museums, forever separated, a metaphor more apt than anyone could have planned. The portrait shows a younger Chopin than the daguerreotype taken the year of his death. His face is softer, less haunted, but there is already something in the eyes, a distance, a melancholy, as if he is listening to music that the viewer cannot hear. Delacroix wrote in his journal, "Chopin is the truest artist I have ever known. The rest of us labour to create our work. Chopin simply opens a door and the music flows through." The friendship between Chopin and Delacroix was a meeting of kindred spirits. Both men were obsessed with craft, with the technical means by which emotion could be conveyed through art. They spent hours discussing the parallels between painting and music, the ways that colour in a painting might correspond to harmony in a composition, the ways that brushwork might parallel phrasing. Delacroix was fascinated by Chopin's creative process. Unlike many composers who worked systematically, Chopin composed in bursts of inspiration, followed by painstaking revision. He would improvise at the piano for hours, searching for a melody, a harmonic progression, a rhythmic pattern. When something emerged that satisfied him, he would begin the agonizing work of writing it down. Chopin suffers over his compositions, Delacroix observed. He shuts himself in his room for days, weeping, walking, breaking his pens. He changes and destroys and starts again 100 times. This perfectionism was both a blessing and a curse. It meant that every note Chopin published was exactly as he intended it. But it also meant that composition was torment, a process of endless revision that exhausted him physically and emotionally. A single page of music might take weeks to complete. A single phrase might be rewritten dozens of times. And all the while his lungs were failing, his energy was declining, and he knew that time was running out. During his Paris years, Chopin produced an astonishing body of work. Unlike many Romantic composers who wrote symphonies, operas, and grand orchestral pieces, Chopin wrote almost exclusively for solo piano. It was a limitation that became a universe. The Nocturnes, Opus 9, published in 1832, established the form that would become his signature. The Nocturne was not Chopin's invention. The Irish composer John Field had coined the term for his own dreamy piano pieces, but Chopin transformed it into something deeper. A Chopin nocturne is not simply night music. It is the sound of consciousness at the edge of sleep, when thoughts dissolve into feeling, and feeling dissolves into pure sensation. The right hand sings a melody, ornamented, floating, never quite predictable, while the left hand moves through gentle harmonies that seem to support the melody as water supports a boat. The effect is hypnotic. Contemporary listeners described falling into a kind of trance, a suspension of ordinary awareness. The music seemed to speak directly to some part of the mind that existed below language. John Field, the Irish composer who invented the nocturne as a genre, wrote pieces of considerable charm, but Chopin transformed the form entirely. Where Field's nocturnes were pleasant, Chopin's were profound. Where Field offered decoration, Chopin offered depth. The difference lay in harmony, in structure, in the quality of melodic invention. Chopin's nocturnes could move from tenderness to passion to despair within a few pages. They could explore emotional territories that Field never imagined. They could break your heart. The Nocturne in C-sharp minor, Tayet 27 No. 1, begins with a melody of almost unbearable sadness. A lament, a confession, a cry in the night. It builds to a passionate middle section, then returns to the opening material transformed. The listener who follows this journey arrives somewhere different from where they began. This is what Chopin added to the nocturne: narrative, drama, emotional development. He took a pleasant salon form and made it capable of tragedy. The nocturnes were meant for the night hours, for that liminal time when the mind relaxes, when defences drop, when we are most open to emotion. They were written for candlelight, for quiet rooms, for intimate company. They were written, in a sense, for the very experience you may be having now, listening in the dark, letting the music wash over you, drifting towards sleep. It is no accident that Chopin's nocturnes remain among the most popular pieces for relaxation and sleep. They were designed for that purpose, not literally perhaps, but in their essence. They meet you where you are in the quiet hours, and they ask nothing except your attention. The Etudes, published in 1833 and 1837, were ostensibly teaching pieces, exercises in piano technique, but they were exercises that no one had imagined before. Each etude isolates a particular technical problem, octaves, thirds, legato playing, but frames it within a complete musical statement. The revolutionary etude, written in response to the fall of Warsaw, is a fury of passionate running notes, anguish made audible. The ballades, there would eventually be four, were something entirely new. Chopin essentially invented the piano ballade as a form. These were large-scale narrative works, each telling a story that the listener could almost but not quite follow. The first ballad, in G minor, is one of the most performed pieces in the piano repertoire. Schumann said of it, "I have a new ballad by Chopin. It seems to me his most inspired, though not his most perfect work." The ballades may have been inspired by the poetry of Adam Mickiewicz, the great Polish romantic poet who was also living in exile in Paris. Chopin never confirmed this connection, but the parallels are suggestive. Mickiewicz wrote epic poems about Polish history and legend. Chopin wrote ballades that seemed to tell stories without words. The fourth ballad, in Fa minor, composed in 1842 during the happy years at Nohant, is perhaps Chopin's greatest single work. It is a piece of extraordinary complexity and emotional depth, a narrative that seems to encompass an entire life. It begins quietly, almost tentatively, and builds through variations and developments to a conclusion of shattering power. Pianists speak of the fourth ballad with reverence. It is technically demanding, of course. All of Chopin's major works are. But the technical demands are not the point. The point is the emotional journey, the sense of having lived through something profound in the space of 12 minutes. When Chopin performed the fourth ballad in private, listeners wept. They could not have said exactly what the music meant, but they felt its meaning in their bones. The mazurkas, 61 in total over his lifetime, brought the Polish village into the Parisian salon. These were not authentic folk dances, but transformations of folk material. The rough country music refined and deepened until it became art music of the highest order. To play a Chopin mazurka was to hear Poland, to remember what had been lost. And the polonaises, grander, more ceremonial than the mazurkas, were statements of Polish national pride disguised as salon music. The revolutionary polonaise, the heroic polonaise, these were declarations of identity by a man who would never see his homeland again. The waltzes, more than 20 of them, were perhaps the most immediately popular of Chopin's works. They were dance music nominally, but dances that no one could actually dance to. The tempos were too flexible, the harmonies too complex, the structures too free. They were the idea of the waltz, the essence of the waltz, distilled into something that existed only for listening. The Grande Valse Brillante, Opus 18, became a favourite of the salons. It was dazzling but accessible, technically demanding but melodically memorable. Chopin himself performed it frequently, and it helped establish his reputation among audiences who might not have appreciated the more searching depths of the nocturnes. The scherzos, 4 of them, were larger, more dramatic works. The word scherzo means joke in Italian, but there's nothing humorous about Chopin's scherzos. They're intense, driven, sometimes violent. The second scherzo in B-flat minor was among the most frequently performed of his works during his lifetime. It opens with a question, 2 urgent chords, a silence, a response, and builds through cascading arpeggios to a triumphant conclusion. These diverse genres, nocturnes, etudes, ballads, mazurkas, polonaises, waltzes, scherzos, together formed a complete world. Chopin wrote almost nothing outside the piano, but within the piano he explored every possibility. He found, in this single instrument, enough range to express everything he needed to say. Through all this creativity, Chopin's health was deteriorating. The coughs came more frequently, the fatigue deepened. Friends noticed that he tired easily, that he needed to rest after any exertion. The vigorous young man who had arrived in Paris in 1831 was becoming visibly fragile. In 1835, a doctor examined him and delivered an alarming verdict. Chopin showed signs of consumption. Tuberculosis in the 1830s was not simply a disease. It was a cultural phenomenon, almost an identity. Consumptive, pale, feverish, creative had become a romantic archetype. Byron wished to die of consumption because he said the ladies would find it interesting. Keats had died of it in Rome in 1821. In the popular imagination, consumption was the artist's disease, the price of genius. But for those who actually suffered from it, there was nothing romantic. The disease attacked the lungs, causing bloody coughs, chronic fatigue, night sweats, and progressive wasting. In the era before antibiotics, there was no cure. Treatment consisted of rest, fresh air, and the hope that the body's own defences might arrest the disease. For many, this hope was futile. The physicians of Chopin's era were not entirely ignorant about tuberculosis. They understood that it was contagious, that it ran in families, that certain climates seemed to help or hinder its progress. What they lacked was any effective treatment. They could observe the disease, document its progress, offer palliative care, but they could not stop it. The standard advice for consumptives was to seek out warmer, drier climates. Italy was popular, as was the south of France. Majorca, with its Mediterranean sun and mild winters, seemed ideal. Physicians assured their patients that a change of air might make all the difference. Sometimes it did. Some patients recovered, or at least stabilized, in more favorable environments. But tuberculosis was unpredictable. What helped one patient might do nothing for another, and the journey itself, the stress of travel, the disruption of routine, the exposure to new pathogens, could sometimes accelerate the disease rather than slow it. Chopin's doctors prescribed what doctors of the era prescribed: tonics, rest, and change of climate. They suggested that he leave Paris in winter, seek warmer, drier air. It was this advice that would lead to the most difficult episode of his life, and some of his greatest music. In the autumn of 1838, Chopin departed for Majorca with George Sand and her 2 children. He had been in love with her for over a year. She believed the warm Mediterranean air would heal him. Neither of them understood what they were walking into. The decision to travel to Majorca was made quickly, perhaps too quickly. Sand was eager to escape Paris, where her relationship with Chopin was causing scandal. She was also concerned about her son Maurice's rheumatism. Majorca seemed to offer solutions to multiple problems: a warm climate, a retreat from gossip, a chance to work in peace. For Chopin, the appeal was simpler. He wanted to be with Sand, and his doctors had recommended a change of air. He did not particularly want to leave Paris with its salons and its concerts and its familiar routines. but love made him willing to try. They gathered their belongings, made their arrangements, and set off into the unknown. It was a journey that would test everything: their love, their patience, their faith in each other. And it would produce some of the most extraordinary music ever written. Amandine Lucille Aurore Dupin, who wrote under the pen name George Sand, was one of the most famous women in Europe. She was a novelist of extraordinary productivity and influence, the author of dozens of works that sold in the tens of thousands. She was notorious for wearing men's clothes, for smoking cigars, for taking lovers of both sexes. In an era that confined women to domestic roles, she had made herself a public figure, a working writer who supported herself and her children by her pen. Chopin and Sand met on October 24, 1836, in the salon of the Countess Marie de Gouges, who was herself the mistress of Franz Liszt. According to some accounts, Chopin was initially repulsed. He reportedly asked Liszt, "Is she really a woman?" Sand, for her part, was intrigued. She wrote to a mutual friend asking if Chopin was still engaged to his former pupil, Maria Wodzinska. If so, she would back off. But the engagement had already dissolved, and within 2 years, Chopin and Sand had become lovers. It was an unlikely match: the reserved, fastidious Polish aristocrat and the bold, unconventional Frenchwoman. But something in each of them answered something in the other. Sand saw in Chopin a genius who needed nurturing. Chopin saw in Sand a force of nature, a protector, someone who could manage the practical world while he devoted himself to music. To celebrate their union, Sand proposed a winter in the Mediterranean. Her son Maurice was recovering from rheumatism. Chopin's lungs were struggling. The warm air of Mallorca, she believed, would heal them all. It was a catastrophic miscalculation. Sand would later describe the Mallorca journey in her book Un hiver a Majorque, A Winter in Mallorca. It is a remarkable document, part travelogue, part polemic, part love letter to the landscape and bitter denunciation of its inhabitants. Sand's gift for prose served her well in capturing both the beauty of the island and the horror of what she and Chopin endured there: time and wands. But at the moment of departure, all was optimism. They were escaping Paris, escaping winter, escaping the constraints of conventional society. They were beginning an adventure. The journey itself was arduous. They travelled by stagecoach to Lyon, then down the Rhône River by steamboat to Avignon. From there, they continued to the Mediterranean port of Perpignan, then crossed into Spain and made their way to Barcelona. From Barcelona, they took a small packet boat across the Mediterranean to Mallorca. The crossing was rough. Chopin was seasick, weakened, miserable. Sand did her best to care for him and keep the children calm. By the time they arrived in Palma, Chopin was exhausted. But the sun was shining, the air was warm, and they allowed themselves to hope. The party arrived on November 8, 1838. Chopin, Sand, her son Maurice, age 15, and her daughter Solange, age 10. They had brought a servant, a mountain of luggage, and optimistic expectations. At first, everything seemed promising. They rented a villa called Son Vent, the Wind House, at the foot of the mountains outside Palma. The weather was warm. Chopin explored the island and wrote enthusiastic letters to friends in Paris. "The sky is like turquoise," he wrote, "the sea like lapis lazuli, the mountains like emeralds, the air is just what I need." He wandered through olive groves and almond orchards, marvelling at the landscape. He felt stronger than he had in months. Perhaps the doctors had been right. Perhaps this was what he needed. Sand was equally enchanted. She explored the local villages, observed the customs of the Majorcan peasants, began gathering material for the book she would later write. The children played in the gardens. For a few brief weeks it seemed that they had found paradise. Then the rains began. By early December, the sunny Mallorca of travel brochures had become a cold, damp nightmare. The rains were incessant. The villa, charming in good weather, had no heating and poor drainage. Moisture seeped through the walls. On December 3rd, Chopin wrote to a friend, "I have been ill for the last 2 days like a dog." Word of Chopin's condition spread through the local community. The residents of Parma understood what his coughing meant: consumption. In an era before antibiotics, tuberculosis was both deadly and contagious. The people who had been happy to rent lodgings to Parisian tourists wanted nothing to do with a dying man. The landlord of Sonvent demanded that they leave immediately. Worse, he demanded payment for everything Chopin had touched: furniture, bedding, dishes, which would need to be burned. Sand was furious. She wrote blistering accounts of Majorcan, cruelty and ignorance. But the family had no choice. In the midst of winter, with Chopin increasingly ill, they needed somewhere to go. The situation was desperate. They had come to Mallorca seeking health and peace. Instead, they found themselves outcasts, rejected by the local population, stranded without shelter. Chopin was growing weaker by the day. The children were frightened and miserable. Sand was at the end of her rope. It was at this moment of crisis that they learned of a possibility. The former Carthusian monastery at Valdemossa, high in the mountains above Parma, had cells available for rent. The monastery had been secularized in 1835 when the Spanish government dissolved the monastic orders. The former monks' quarters were now used as summer residences by local families, but in winter they stood empty. They found shelter in the Real Cartuja de Valdemossa, a Carthusian monastery that had been secularized 3 years earlier. The former monks' cells were available for rent, and the authorities were less particular about their tenants' health. The cells were cold, damp, and largely unfurnished. The village of Valdemossa was remote, accessible only by rough mountain roads. Supplies were difficult to obtain, and Chopin's condition was worsening by the day. The monastery itself was beautiful. There is no denying that. The cloisters, the gardens, the views over the valley below, all were magnificent. Sand, who had an artist's eye for landscape, described the setting in rapturous terms, but beauty cannot heat a room, and the cold was relentless. They occupied cells 2 and 4 of the former monastery, connected by a small garden. The rooms had thick stone walls, once a blessing for monks seeking contemplative silence, now a curse for a consumptive trying to stay warm. There was no glass in the windows, only wooden shutters that let in draughts and rain. Sand set about making the cells habitable. She hung curtains, arranged furniture, created a semblance of domestic order. But the fundamental problems remained: cold, damp, isolation. Chopin huddled in his cell, coughing, composing when he could, suffering always. Sand later described the months at Valdemossa as a nightmare. The rain fell in torrents, she wrote. The monks' cells were open to all the winds of heaven. The only heating was a small iron stove that made us cough more than it warmed us. Chopin was confined to his cell, too weak to venture out, his coughs echoing off the stone walls. The locals avoided them. They believed that my companion was a consumptive, Sand wrote, which in their primitive minds was equivalent to being a plague victim. No one would transport them, no one would serve them. They were pariahs. The isolation was complete. The local peasants would not sell them food directly. Transactions had to be conducted through intermediaries. The local doctors would not treat Chopin. They feared contamination. Even the donkeys that might have carried supplies up the mountain were withheld, their owners afraid that the animals might be infected. Sand, who had travelled the world, who had known the salons of Paris and the courts of Europe, found herself reduced to the most primitive conditions. She cooked on a makeshift stove, she nursed Chopin through fevers and hemorrhages, she kept the children occupied and educated despite the chaos. She maintained somehow the discipline to continue her own writing. Her accounts of this period are remarkable documents. They reveal a woman of extraordinary resilience, but also of considerable anger. She never forgave the Majorcans for their cruelty. Her book about the experience is a mixture of travel writing and invective, lyrical descriptions of the landscape interspersed with bitter denunciations of the people who inhabited it. Whether her criticisms were fair is debatable. The Majorcans had legitimate fears about tuberculosis, a disease that was indeed contagious and for which there was no cure. Their caution, however excessive, was not irrational. But Sand, watching the man she loved suffer and be rejected, was in no mood for understanding. And yet, despite everything, or perhaps because of it, Chopin composed. He had brought no piano from Paris. For weeks he worked on a small rented instrument of poor quality. Then, in January, his own Pleyel piano finally arrived, having spent weeks in customs while officials debated import duties. On that piano, in that cold stone cell, with the rain falling and his lungs failing, Chopin completed the 24 preludes. The preludes are among the most extraordinary works in the piano literature. Brief, some only a minute long, they cycle through all 24 major and minor keys. Each is a complete world. The fourth prelude, in E minor, is often called the suffocation prelude, a slowly descending melody over obsessively repeated chords, like the last breaths of a dying man. The 15th prelude, the raindrop, is said to have been composed during a storm while Sand was travelling. The repeated A-flat note suggests water dripping endlessly. Whether or not these programmatic interpretations are accurate, the preludes undeniably carry the weight of that terrible winter. They are dark, introspective, at times despairing. They are the sound of a man confronting his own mortality. But they are also the sound of defiance. To compose at all under those circumstances was an act of will. To compose works of such concentrated beauty was something approaching heroism. The stone walls of Valdemossa, the hostility of the locals, the rattling cough that would not stop. None of it silenced him. The music continued. Chopin's letters from this period reveal his state of mind. "I dream of music," he wrote, "but I cannot write anything because here there are no pianos." And then, when the piano finally arrived, "Now I have music. At last I have music." The instrument was his lifeline, his connection to everything that mattered. Sand later wrote that watching Chopin compose was like watching a man possessed. He would play the same passage over and over, varying it slightly each time until something clicked. Then he would rush to the manuscript paper, afraid of losing what he had found. His handwriting on the Majorca manuscripts is cramped and hurried, the writing of someone racing against time. The preludes were not the only works completed during the Majorca winter. He also worked on the second ballade and the third scherzo, but the preludes remain the most complete expression of that period, a cycle of miniatures that range from the achingly beautiful to the almost unbearably bleak. On February 11, 1839, the party finally left Majorca. The departure was as miserable as the stay. No one in Valdemossa would agree to transport them. They had to hire a cart from a distant village. The journey to Palma took hours over terrible roads. Chopin hemorrhaged blood during the trip, a terrifying sign of how far the disease had advanced. When they reached Barcelona, they burned or threw away nearly everything they had brought. The locals insisted, and Sand no longer had the energy to fight. Chopin's bed, his linens, his clothes from the island, all were destroyed for fear of contagion. They returned to France by ship. Chopin was so weak he could barely stand. A French naval physician who happened to be on board took charge of his care. "One more hemorrhage," the doctor reportedly said, "and he would have died on the crossing." The ship stopped at Barcelona, where Chopin was examined by a doctor who specialized in lung diseases. The diagnosis was blunt. Chopin's lungs were severely compromised. He might live for years, or he might die within months. There was no way to predict the course of the disease. From Barcelona, they sailed along the coast to Marseille. The sea was rough, and Chopin suffered terribly, but he survived. He arrived in Marseille weak, wasted, but alive. In Marseille, they rested for several months. The climate was gentler than Mallorca, the accommodations were comfortable, and slowly, very slowly, Chopin began to recover. He never regained full strength. The Mallorca winter had permanently damaged his lungs, but he stabilized, enough to travel, to return to Paris to resume his life. But he did not die. Not yet. And ahead of him lay nearly a decade more of music. In May of 1839, Chopin and Sand arrived at Nohant, Sand's country estate in the Berry region of central France. It was here, in the following years, that Chopin would find something approaching peace. The contrast with Majorca could not have been greater. Nohant was comfortable, familiar, safe. Sand had grown up here. She knew every corner of the house, every path through the gardens. For Chopin, it became a second home, the only stable domestic life he had known since leaving Warsaw. The house itself was substantial but not grand. A country manor with thick walls and tall windows surrounded by gardens that gave way to farmland and woods. There was a music room with a good piano where Chopin could work undisturbed. There was a routine, meals at regular hours, walks in the afternoon, quiet evenings by the fire. Sand had inherited Nohant from her grandmother, and it was the one place where she felt truly at home. Each summer, from 1839 to 1846, Chopin would join her there, composing, teaching her children, recovering what strength he could. He missed only the summer of 1840, when illness kept him in Paris. The years at Nohant were Chopin's most productive. He composed the second and third ballads. He wrote some of his greatest nocturnes, the Polonaise Fantaisie, the Berceuse, the Barcarolle, works that pushed the boundaries of what the piano could express, all came from these summer months in the French countryside. The Berceuse, a lullaby, is built on a single hypnotic bass pattern that repeats throughout the entire piece, while the right hand spins increasingly elaborate variations. It is music of extraordinary delicacy, music that seems to float above the ground, music that could indeed lull a child to sleep, or an adult for that matter. Chopin composed it at Nohant in 1844, during one of his most productive summers. The Barcarolle from 1846 evokes the songs of Venetian gondoliers, the gentle rocking motion of a boat on water, the play of light on waves, the sense of drifting through a dream. It is one of Chopin's most sensuous works, full of rich harmonies and yearning melodies. Some have heard in it the warmth of his relationship with Sand at its best. Two people moving together through life, in harmony, at peace. The Polonaise Fantaisie, also from 1846, is a more complex work. Part Polonaise, part fantasy, part meditation on what it means to be Polish in exile. It wanders through keys and moods, never quite settling, always searching. Some pianists consider it Chopin's most forward-looking work, anticipating developments in harmony and form that would not become common until decades later. Sand managed his life with maternal efficiency. She arranged his schedule, protected him from unwanted visitors, made sure he rested. She called him her third child, a description that reveals both the tenderness and the imbalance of their relationship. For his part, Chopin taught Sand's children piano, played cards with the household and worked. Always he worked. The music poured out of him even as his body failed. The household at Nohant was lively. Sand's children, Maurice and Solange, were growing up. Friends came to visit for weeks at a time. There were theatrical performances, amateur dramatics in which the household participated. Chopin sometimes played the piano for these entertainments, providing incidental music for the plays they staged. But his days followed a pattern. He rose late, his health did not permit early rising, and spent the mornings at the piano. He would work until lunch, then rest, then perhaps walk in the gardens if he felt strong enough. In the evenings he might play for the assembled company, improvising on themes suggested by the guests, demonstrating his latest compositions. Visitors to Nohant left accounts of these musical evenings. They described Chopin playing in the candlelight, his face pale, his hands moving with uncanny precision over the keys. They described the silence that fell over the room, the sense that something sacred was happening. Even casual listeners understood that they were in the presence of genius. One visitor wrote, "Chopin played for us after dinner. I cannot describe what I felt. It was as if he were not playing the piano at all, but speaking directly to my soul in a language I had never heard before, but somehow understood perfectly." These summers at Nohant were an island of stability in a life increasingly marked by illness. Here, Chopin could work without the exhausting demands of Paris, the teaching, the social obligations, the endless carriage rides across the city. Here, he could breathe. But all things end. The relationship between Chopin and Sand did not end with a single dramatic rupture. It frayed slowly over years as illness, family conflicts, and fundamental incompatibilities took their toll. Sand was a restless spirit. She needed activity, engagement, conflict. Chopin was increasingly fragile, both physically and emotionally. He needed quiet, routine, protection from disturbance. As the years passed, these needs became harder to reconcile. Sand's children complicated matters. Maurice, her son, had never liked Chopin. He resented the presence of this frail foreigner who claimed so much of his mother's attention. Solange, her daughter, was more sympathetic to Chopin, which created its own problems as mother and daughter had a difficult relationship. In 1847, the tensions exploded. The catalyst was Solange's marriage. Now 17, she had grown into a beautiful and willful young woman, much like her mother in fact. She attracted the attention of Auguste Clezinger, a sculptor who was handsome, charming, and deeply untrustworthy. Sand saw through Clezinger immediately. She recognized him as a fortune hunter, a man of volatile temperament who would make her daughter miserable. She forbade the match. But Solange, perhaps precisely because her mother opposed it, was determined to proceed. Chopin found himself caught in the middle. He liked Solange, had always liked her better than the hostile Maurice, and he was reluctant to interfere in what he saw as a private family matter. When Sand demanded that he condemn Clezinger, he declined. It was a fateful decision. Solange announced her engagement to Auguste Clezinger, a sculptor of talent and terrible character. Sand opposed the match. Chopin quietly supported Solange's choice. When the marriage happened anyway and quickly descended into scandal, Clezinger demanded money. There were physical altercations at Nohant. The newlyweds were essentially exiled. Sand blamed Chopin for having sided with her daughter. She believed that Chopin was in love with Solange. There is no evidence that this was true, but Sand's jealousy was ferocious. She wrote to Chopin demanding that if he wished to remain in her life, he must never mention Solange's name again. Chopin could not accept this condition. He had watched Solange grow from a child into a young woman. He had taught her piano, played games with her, been a quiet presence in her life for nearly a decade. Whatever Sand believed about his feelings, he could not simply pretend that Solange did not exist. The demand was impossible. The final exchange of letters was painful. Sand accused Chopin of betrayal, of disloyalty, of putting her daughter before her. Chopin responded with wounded dignity, insisting that he had done nothing wrong. Neither would yield. The relationship that had sustained him for 9 years was over. On July 28, 1847, Sand wrote her final letter to him. "Goodbye, my friend." The brevity of the farewell was devastating. After everything they had shared, the years at Nohant, the terrible winter in Mallorca, the music he had composed in her presence, it came down to 3 words. "Goodbye, my friend." Not lover, not beloved, friend. They had been together for 9 years. They would see each other only once more, a chance encounter in March of 1848 in the stairway of a friend's house. They exchanged a few words. Sand asked about his health. Chopin replied that he was well. He was not well. He was dying. The break with Sand left Chopin devastated. She had been more than a lover. She had been a caretaker, a protector, a manager of his fragile existence. Without her, he was adrift. Friends noticed the change immediately. He became withdrawn, melancholy. He composed almost nothing in the months following the separation. The creative energy that had sustained him through years of illness seemed to have deserted him. His health, already precarious, deteriorated further. The coughs came more frequently. The fevers returned. He lost weight he could not afford to lose. By the autumn of 1847 he was visibly wasting away. And yet, even in this state, he continued to maintain his social position. He dressed impeccably. He attended salons when his health permitted. He kept up appearances with a determination that bordered on the heroic. The romantic ideal of the dying artist was something he embodied without quite believing in it. In February of 1848, revolution swept across Europe. In Paris, King Louis-Philippe abdicated and fled. The Second Republic was proclaimed. The political world that Chopin had known was collapsing. The revolutions of 1848, what historians would later call the springtime of the peoples, touched nearly every country in Europe. In France, the July monarchy gave way to the Second Republic. In the German states, in the Italian states, in the Habsburg Empire, citizens rose up demanding constitutional government, national unity, liberal reforms. For Polish exiles like Chopin, the revolutions offered a tantalizing hope. Perhaps, finally, Poland would be restored. Perhaps the European powers would recognize Polish independence. Perhaps the long exile would come to an end. But the hope was short-lived. The revolutions were crushed one by one. By 1849, the old order had been restored across Europe. Poland remained partitioned. The exiles remained exiles. With Paris in turmoil and his health in decline, Chopin made an unlikely decision. He would undertake a concert tour of Britain. The tour was organised by his devoted Scottish student Jane Stirling, who hoped that success abroad might restore both his spirits and his finances. Chopin's expenses had always been high, and with the disruption of the revolution, his teaching income had collapsed. He arrived in London in April of 1848. Over the following months he performed in London, Manchester, Glasgow and Edinburgh. He played for Queen Victoria at Buckingham Palace. He was celebrated, feted, exhausted. The British tour was a series of triumphs and agonies. The English aristocracy welcomed Chopin with open arms. He gave recitals in the finest houses, met the leading figures of British society, was presented at court. By the standards of the day, he was an enormous success. But behind the scenes, he was falling apart. The British climate, wet, cold, foggy, was devastating to his lungs. He caught cold after cold, each one weakening him further. He could not sleep. He could not eat. He was consuming himself, burning through whatever reserves of strength remained. His letters from this period are heartbreaking. To his family in Warsaw, he tried to maintain an optimistic tone, but to close friends, he was honest about his condition. "I am nearer the coffin than the altar," he wrote to one correspondent. "I feel weaker day by day." The performances continued despite everything. Chopin was a professional. He honoured his commitments, but those who attended his concerts noted the change. Where once he had played with fire and passion, now there was only a fragile beauty, a whisper of what had been. "I can scarcely breathe," he wrote in a letter. "I am ready to give up the ghost." The damp British climate was devastating to his lungs. The travel drained what little strength remained. Between concerts, he was barely able to stand. He would arrive at the piano, pale and trembling, play his program and collapse backstage. The reviews were warm, but Chopin himself knew the truth. His playing had lost its power. The fingers that had once floated effortlessly over the keys now struggled. The tone was thin, the phrasing uncertain. He was a ghost performing the memory of music. He returned to Paris in November of 1848, weighing less than 90 pounds. The British tour had been, in one sense, a success. He had been celebrated, admired, received in the highest circles. But it had cost him dearly. The small reserve of strength he had brought with him was exhausted. He returned to Paris knowing that he would never perform publicly again. His final public concert had been in London on November 16, 1848, a benefit for Polish refugees at the Guildhall. He was so weak that he had to be carried to the piano. He played for the last time before an audience, and then he was done. Jane Stirling, his devoted student and the organiser of the British tour, remained hopeful. She believed, or wanted to believe, that Chopin might recover, that he might return to Scotland and make a new life there. Some have speculated that she hoped to marry him. But Chopin had no such illusions. He knew what was happening to his body. In a letter to a friend, he wrote, "I have never cursed anyone, but now I am so weary of life that I am near to cursing. I feel that I am useless to anyone and to myself." The year 1849 began with Chopin confined largely to his apartment. He could no longer teach. The effort of speaking was too great. He could no longer compose. The concentration required was beyond him. He could barely play. Friends visited constantly, bringing flowers, books, gossip from the outside world. The pianist and composer Delfina Potocka, one of his oldest friends and perhaps a former lover, came to sing for him when he was too weak to leave his bed. The visitors who saw him in these final months were shocked by his appearance. The elegant, fastidious Chopin, who had always dressed impeccably, who had always maintained an air of refinement, was now a shadow. His clothes hung loose on his wasted frame. His eyes, always large, seemed enormous in his hollowed face. He looked, as one visitor put it, like a beautiful ghost. And yet his mind remained sharp. He could no longer play, but he could listen. He asked visitors to bring him music, to describe concerts they had attended, to keep him connected to the world he could no longer participate in. He maintained his interest in everything: politics, literature, the gossip of the salons. The disease had claimed his body but not yet his spirit. His apartment became a kind of salon in itself, a gathering place where friends came to pay their respects, to share news, to simply sit in his presence. The dying Chopin, confined to his bed, presided over these gatherings with the same quiet grace he had always shown. In June, Chopin's sister Ludwika arrived from Poland. She had not seen her brother in years. The change in him must have been shocking. The brilliant young man she remembered reduced to a skeletal figure, barely able to speak above a whisper. She stayed with him for the remaining months of his life, providing the family presence he had lacked since leaving Warsaw 19 years earlier. Ludwika's presence was a comfort that words could not express. She spoke Polish to him, his first language, the language of his childhood, the language he had not heard daily since leaving Warsaw. She reminded him of home, of family, of the world he had left behind. In her presence, he was not a dying celebrity in a foreign city. He was Frederick, her little brother. She brought news from Poland, from their mother, from friends and relatives he had not seen in decades. She described how Warsaw had changed, how their old neighbourhood had been transformed, how their mother was managing despite her own advancing age. For Chopin, confined to his apartment, these reports were windows into a world he would never see again. They talked about their childhood, about their father, about the summers in the countryside. They talked about music, about Poland, about the future he would not live to see. Ludwika kept vigil, bearing witness, providing comfort. It was the most important thing anyone could do. In September, Chopin moved to a new apartment, a sunny suite at his 12 Place Vendôme, in one of the finest buildings in Paris. Friends paid for it, knowing that he would never be able to repay them, knowing that what they were providing was a dignified place to die. The apartment had large windows looking out over the Place Vendôme, with its famous column commemorating Napoleon's victories. Chopin could see the monument from his bed. He could hear the sounds of the city he had loved for 18 years. By October, he could no longer leave the bed at all. The doctors came and went. There was nothing they could do. Tuberculosis in 1849 was a death sentence. The treatments of the era, rest, fresh air, tonics, laudanum for the pain, could ease suffering, but could not cure. Chopin knew this. Everyone knew this. Friends came in shifts to sit with him. They read to him, talked to him, simply sat in silence when he was too weak for conversation. The apartment on the Place Vendôme became a kind of shrine, a gathering place for those who loved him and wanted to say goodbye. The Countess Potocka came again and sang Polish songs, the music of his childhood. He asked his friend Auguste Franchomme to play cello. He asked for Beethoven, for Mozart. On October 15th, his condition sharply worsened. A priest was called to administer last rites. Chopin received the sacrament calmly, confessing his sins, accepting the blessing. He lingered 2 more days. On the night of October 16th, the Countess Potocka visited him. Chopin asked if she would sing. With what? She asked. There was no piano in the sick room. A piano was brought from the salon. Potocka sang an aria by Bellini, Chopin's beloved composer of operatic melody. Then she sang a hymn to the Virgin Mary. Tears ran down Chopin's face. It was the last music he ever heard. The scene has been described many times, by many witnesses, each adding their own details, their own interpretations. Some accounts are surely embellished. Memory is imperfect, and the death of a genius invites myth-making. But the essential facts are not in doubt. On the night before he died, Chopin asked for music, and music was brought to him. It was fitting. Music had been his life, his identity, his reason for being. From the age of 4, when he first touched a piano, to this final night at 39, music had been the constant. Everything else, love, health, country, had been taken from him, but the music remained. And now, as the music filled the room, as Potocka's voice rose above the gentle piano, accompaniment, Chopin wept, not from sadness necessarily, perhaps from gratitude, perhaps from the simple, overwhelming beauty of sound, perhaps from the knowledge that this was goodbye, not just to life, but to the art that had given his life meaning. In the early hours of October 17, 1849, Chopin's physician, Dr. Jean Crevellier, was summoned to the apartment. The end was clearly near. According to those present, Chopin was peaceful in his final hours. He had suffered terribly, but the suffering was nearly over. His sister Ludwika held his hand. Friends gathered in the adjoining rooms, speaking in whispers. At some point in the night, Chopin spoke his last recorded words. "The earth is suffocating," he whispered. "Swear that you will make them cut me open, so that I will not be buried alive." The fear of premature burial was common in the 19th century, not unreasonably given the limits of medical technology. But Chopin's words also carried a deeper resonance. The earth is suffocating. For 11 years his lungs had been suffocating, unable to draw enough breath to sustain life. Now that suffocation was nearly complete. At 2 o'clock in the morning of October 17, 1849, Frédéric Chopin died. He was 39 years old. Dr. Crevellier confirmed the death in the traditional manner, by holding a mirror to the patient's lips to check for breath, and by illuminating the pupils with a candle to check for response. There was neither. The death certificate listed the cause as tuberculosis of the lungs and larynx. The news of Chopin's death spread quickly through Paris and then across Europe. Newspapers printed obituaries, friends wrote letters of condolence. The musical world mourned one of its brightest lights. Franz Liszt, who had been Chopin's friend and rival for nearly 2 decades, was devastated. He would later write a biography of Chopin, a florid, romantic account that captured the legend, if not always the facts. But the grief was genuine. They had disagreed about music, about performance, about almost everything. But Liszt had recognized Chopin's genius from the beginning. Hector Berlioz wrote, "Chopin was dying all his life, but while he lived, what sounds he drew from the piano." Delacroix, who had been closer to Chopin than perhaps any other artist, wrote in his journal, "What a loss! What miserable rogues fill the marketplace while that beautiful soul is extinguished." Per Chopin's last wish, Crevellier performed an autopsy. What he found confirmed what everyone had known for years. Chopin's lungs were devastated by tuberculosis. The left lung was nearly destroyed, the right was severely compromised. It was remarkable that he had survived as long as he had. But the autopsy had another purpose, one that Chopin had specifically requested. "I want my heart to go home," Chopin had told his sister. His body would be buried in Paris, the city that had been his home for 18 years, but his heart would return to Poland. Crevellier carefully removed the heart and placed it in a crystal urn. The urn was then filled with alcohol, probably cognac, to preserve the tissue. The container was sealed with wax. 2 months later, in January of 1850, Ludwika Jędrzejewicz departed Paris to return to her family in Poland. Hidden beneath her travelling cloak was the small oak casket containing her brother's heart. The journey was not simple. Poland was partitioned between Russia, Prussia and Austria. Border crossings were complicated, suspicious. The Russian authorities in particular were vigilant against anything that might arouse Polish national sentiment. and the heart of a famous Polish exile was precisely such a symbol. But Ludwika succeeded. Past Austrian customs, past Russian border agents, she smuggled her brother's heart into Poland. For the next 3 decades, the heart was kept privately, its location known only to the family. Finally, in 1882, it was immured in a pillar of the Holy Cross Church in Warsaw, the church where Chopin had attended Mass as a child, where his father had served on the parish council. For decades under Russian rule, the heart was the only public monument to Chopin that the authorities would allow. It became a focus of covert nationalist devotion, a symbol of the Poland that survived only in memory and music. Chopin's funeral took place on October 30th, 1849, at the Church of the Madeleine in Paris. 3,000 people attended. The Church of the Madeleine was one of the grandest in Paris, a neoclassical temple with Corinthian columns, modelled on ancient Roman architecture. It was the church of high society, the place where the elite came to worship. For Chopin, who had spent his life among the aristocracy, it was the fitting final venue. The wait for the funeral, 13 days after his death, was not unusual for the era. Time was needed to organise a service of this scale, to assemble the musicians, to notify friends and acquaintances across Europe. But there was another reason for the delay. The Madeleine initially refused to allow women to sing in the choir, and Chopin had specifically requested female voices for the Mozart Requiem. After much negotiation, the church relented. Women would sing hidden behind a black curtain so that they could not be seen by the congregation. It was a compromise that satisfied no one fully, but it allowed the service to proceed. Per his explicit request, Mozart's Requiem was performed, the same Requiem that Mozart himself had left unfinished at his death. The Madeleine's organ was not powerful enough for the occasion, so a curtain was erected across the entrance to reduce the acoustic space. Behind that curtain, the great singers of the Paris Opera performed the solos. Chopin had specifically requested the Mozart Requiem because of its significance. Mozart too had died young, leaving a legacy of extraordinary music. Mozart too had been taken before his time. In choosing the Requiem, Chopin was placing himself in a lineage of genius cut short, not out of vanity, but out of a deep identification with his predecessor. The orchestra included some of the finest musicians in Paris. The soloists were stars of the opera. The mourners included the most distinguished figures in French cultural life. It was a funeral befitting a man who had transformed the piano into a vehicle for poetry. Also performed were 2 of Chopin's own preludes, the 4th and 6th from Opus 28, orchestrated for the occasion. His music would be heard at his own funeral. The poetry of the piano would speak one last time on his behalf. At the graveside in Père Lachaise Cemetery, Chopin's own funeral march, the 3rd movement of his Piano Sonata No. 2 in B-flat minor, was played on wind instruments. It was the music he had written himself for such moments, and it accompanied him into the earth. The Polish soil that friends had given him when he left Warsaw 19 years earlier was scattered on the coffin. His body rested in French earth, but Polish earth covered it. The grave was marked with a statue of Euterpe, the muse of music, weeping over a broken lyre. It was designed by August Clesinger, the very man whose marriage to Solange had precipitated Chopin's break with George Sand. The irony was not lost on those who knew the history, but Clesinger was a talented sculptor, and the monument is beautiful. The grave in Père Lachaise became, and remains, a place of pilgrimage. Visitors come from around the world to leave flowers, to pay their respects, to stand in the presence of genius. The cemetery itself is a city of the dead, with elaborate tombs and monuments lining its winding paths. Chopin's grave is among the most visited. George Sand did not attend the funeral. She had not been invited, and it is unclear whether she would have come if she had been. In her later writings, she rarely mentioned Chopin, and then only in passing. The great love of her middle years had become a silence. Some have speculated about her feelings in those days after Chopin's death. Did she regret the harshness of their parting? Did she grieve privately for the man she had once called her third child? We cannot know. Sand was a prolific writer who documented much of her life, but on this subject she was largely silent. What we do know is that she lived another 27 years, continuing to write, continuing to hold court at Nohant, continuing to be one of the most famous women in France. She died in 1876, having outlived Chopin by more than a quarter century. By then, his reputation had grown to proportions he could never have imagined during his lifetime. Within years of his death, Chopin's music had become a central pillar of the piano repertoire. His students spread his teachings across Europe. His works were published and republished in increasingly elaborate editions. Pianists competed to perform his nocturnes, his waltzes, his etudes. The Romantic generation that had known him in person gave way to new generations that knew him only through his notes on the page. The teaching lineage proved especially important. Chopin's students became teachers themselves, passing along his methods, his insights, his particular approach to the instrument. Karol Mikuli taught in Lviv. His students included several who would become important pedagogues in their own right. Princess Czartoryska performed and taught in Paris, maintaining the Chopin tradition in the city where he had made his name. Through these chains of transmission, something of Chopin's actual sound, not just his notes but his style of playing, survived into the 20th century. Early recordings by pianists who had studied with Chopin's students give us some sense of how the music might have sounded in the composer's own hands. The tempos are often freer than we might expect. The rubato is more pronounced. There is a quality of spontaneity, of improvisation, that later generations of pianists would sometimes lose. The published editions of Chopin's music present their own challenges. Chopin was meticulous about his scores, but he often made changes when teaching, suggesting different fingerings, altering dynamics, adding ornaments. His students' copies preserve some of these variations, but reconciling them into a single authoritative text is nearly impossible. Every modern edition is, to some extent, an interpretation. The music proved remarkably durable. Where other Romantic composers faded from fashion, Chopin remained. The intimacy that had limited his constant appearances during his lifetime became, in the age of recordings, a strength. His music worked in small spaces, living rooms, bedrooms, headphones. It did not need a concert hall to breathe. And there was something else. Chopin's music seemed to speak to fundamental human experiences in a way that transcended its historical moment. The nocturnes, written for Parisian salons of the 1830s, became the soundtrack for Lovers a Century and a Half Later. The preludes, composed in a cold monastery on Majorca, became touchstones for anyone confronting mortality. The music carried grief, tenderness, longing, resolution. It carried them without words, without explanation. You did not need to know that Chopin was dying when he wrote a particular piece to feel what the piece contained. This universality is perhaps Chopin's greatest achievement. He wrote from a specific place, a specific time, a specific set of experiences: Polish exile, Parisian sophistication, romantic love, terminal illness. But the music he created speaks to experiences that are universal: loss, love, the passage of time, the beauty of the world, the approach of death. We listen to the nocturnes and we hear our own losses, our own loves, our own mortality. The music becomes a mirror, reflecting back to us what we bring to it. This is why Chopin's music remains powerful nearly 2 centuries after his death. It is not museum music, preserved but lifeless. It is living music, speaking to each generation in terms that generation can understand. Consider how the music has been used in the 2 centuries since Chopin's death. It has been played at weddings and funerals, in concert halls and living rooms, in films and television shows. It has been used to sell products and to accompany meditation. It has been arranged for orchestra, for guitar, for synthesizer. It has been sampled and remixed and reimagined. Through all these transformations, the essential quality of the music remains. The melodies are still haunting. The harmonies are still moving. The emotional content, whatever we choose to call it, still speaks to listeners. Chopin's music has proved remarkably adaptable, remarkably resilient, remarkably alive. The specific circumstances of Chopin's life, the exile, the illness, the love affair with George Sand, these provide context, depth, understanding. But they are not necessary. The music works even for listeners who know nothing of the biography. It works because it speaks to something deeper than biography, something more fundamental than history. The heart in the Holy Cross Church became, over time, a shrine. When Poland finally regained independence in 1918, the heart became a symbol of national continuity, proof that Poland had survived partition, that its culture had endured, that its greatest composer had never truly left. The newly independent Poland embraced Chopin as a national hero. His music was played at official ceremonies. His image appeared on currency and postage stamps. The anniversary of his birth became a national holiday. The Chopin competition, the International Chopin Piano Competition, was established in 1927, bringing pianists from around the world to Warsaw to compete in performing his music. The competition became one of the most prestigious events in the classical music world. Winners included Martha Argerich, Maurizio Pollini, Christian Zimmermann, some of the greatest pianists of the 20th century. To win the Chopin competition was to join an elite company, to be recognized as one of the finest interpreters of the composer's music. And at the center of all this activity, the competitions, the concerts, the pilgrimages, was the heart in the Holy Cross Church. The physical Chopin, or what remained of him, anchored the cultural Chopin. The heart was proof that he was real, that he had lived and suffered and died, that he was not merely a legend but a man. Then came the Second World War. In August of 1944, the Warsaw Uprising began. Polish resistance fighters attempted to liberate the city from Nazi occupation. The fighting was brutal. Building by building, street by street, the Germans destroyed the city. The Holy Cross Church was caught in the combat. It was damaged, then occupied by Nazi forces, who used its tower as a defensive position. A German priest serving with the occupying forces, his name was Schulze, understood what was at stake. He requested permission from his superiors to remove Chopin's heart for safekeeping. Remarkably, permission was granted. The story of the heart's rescue is itself remarkable. In the midst of one of the most brutal urban battles of the war, with Warsaw being systematically destroyed, a German chaplain took the time to protect the heart of a Polish composer. It was an act of cultural preservation that transcended the terrible logic of the war. Schulze took the heart and kept it safe through the final months of the conflict. When the war ended and Warsaw lay in ruins, 80% of the city had been destroyed. The heart was one of the few treasures that had survived intact. The reconstruction of Warsaw after the war was itself a massive undertaking. The old town was rebuilt stone by stone, using historical paintings and photographs as guides. The Holy Cross Church was restored to its pre-war appearance, and in 1951, in a ceremony attended by government officials and cultural leaders, Chopin's heart was returned to its pillar. The heart had survived partition, world war, and communist rule. It had witnessed the destruction of the city and its rebirth. It remained, as it had always been, a symbol of Polish cultural resilience, proof that some things cannot be destroyed by bombs or bullets. The inscription on the pillar comes from the Gospel of Matthew. "For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." The heart became more than a relic. It became a symbol of Polish identity, of cultural survival, of the nation's refusal to be extinguished by partition and occupation. When Poland was not allowed to exist as a country, Chopin's heart kept the idea of Poland alive. Pilgrims came to the Holy Cross Church to pay their respects. Polish exiles around the world knew that a piece of their greatest composer had returned home. The heart was a promise that Poland would endure, that its culture would survive, that one day the nation would be reborn. Through decades of foreign rule, through the upheavals of the 20th century, the heart remained. It was a fixed point, a constant, a reminder that some things cannot be destroyed. For more than a century and a half, Chopin's heart rested undisturbed in its crystal urn. But there were concerns. The seal might have degraded, the cognac might have evaporated, the heart might be decaying, turning to dust in its hidden chamber. Some historians and scientists urged that the urn be opened and examined. Others argued that Chopin's remains should be left in peace. In 2014, the decision was made to conduct a secret examination. Late at night, when the church was closed to the public, a small group gathered. Church officials, scientists, medical experts. They removed the pillar's covering, they extracted the sealed casket, they opened it. What they found was remarkable. The heart was still submerged in liquid, cognac, or something similar. After 165 years, it was still largely preserved. The tissue had darkened but remained intact. The scientists were able to conduct a visual examination without disturbing the specimen. They found lesions on the pericardium, the sac surrounding the heart. These lesions were consistent with pericarditis, an inflammation typically caused by tuberculosis. The pattern of damage matched what would be expected from long-term TB infection, spreading from the lungs to the heart. In 2017, the findings were published in the American Journal of Medicine. The conclusion was clear. With a high degree of certainty, Chopin died from tuberculosis. The death certificate had been accurate. The romantic legend of the consumptive artist was also the clinical truth. Some researchers have speculated that Chopin might also have suffered from cystic fibrosis, which could explain his lifelong respiratory problems and some other symptoms. But the 2014 examination could not confirm or rule out this possibility. What it could confirm was the presence of TB. The heart was resealed in its urn, returned to its pillar and covered once more. It rests there still. The examination answered questions that had lingered for more than a century and a half. It confirmed what the death certificate had stated, what the doctors of 1849 had believed, but it also raised new questions about the nature of Chopin's illness, about whether he might have suffered from additional conditions, about the exact mechanisms by which tuberculosis had destroyed his lungs and finally stopped his heart. Some researchers have suggested that Chopin might also have had cystic fibrosis, a genetic condition that causes chronic lung infections and digestive problems. His lifelong respiratory issues, his thin frame, his difficulty gaining weight, all could be consistent with CF, but the 2014 examination could neither confirm nor rule out this possibility. The heart, however well preserved, could not answer every question. What we know for certain is that tuberculosis was present. The lesions on the pericardium tell that story clearly. Whatever else might have contributed to Chopin's suffering, TB was undeniably part of it. The heart, having given up its secrets, was sealed once more. The scientists photographed their findings, wrote their reports, and returned the relic to its resting place. The ceremony was quiet, respectful, brief. By dawn, the heart was back in its pillar, waiting for the next century of pilgrims. The examination had lasted only a few hours, but it had bridged nearly 2 centuries. Modern science had reached across time to touch the heart of a romantic composer, and what it found was exactly what the doctors of 1849 had believed. Chopin died of tuberculosis. It would be too simple to say that tuberculosis made Chopin the composer he became. He was a genius before the disease struck, and he would have been a genius regardless. The early works, composed before he knew he was ill, or before the illness had made itself impossible to ignore, were already masterpieces. The Piano Concerto No. 1 in E minor, written when he was 20, is brilliant and assured. The Etudes of Opera 10, composed around the same time, are revolutionary. The genius was there from the beginning. What tuberculosis provided was context. It gave him a reason to turn inward, to reject the spectacular virtuosity of the concert hall, to seek an intimacy that his lungs would have demanded anyway. It gave him a deadline, a sense of urgency, a knowledge that every composition might be his last. But illness shaped how that genius expressed itself. The preference for salons over concert halls was not merely aesthetic, it was physical necessity. Chopin could not sustain the demands of large-scale public performance. His lungs could not support the projection required, so he developed a style suited to intimate spaces, subtle, nuanced, dependent on details that would be lost in a vast hall. The pianos of Chopin's era were lighter, more delicate instruments than the modern concert grand. The Pleyel pianos that Chopin preferred had a singing tone in the upper registers, a responsive action that allowed for the most subtle gradations of touch. They were ideally suited to the intimate salon, where their relatively modest volume was not a limitation but a virtue. Chopin's relationship with the Pleyel company was more than commercial. Camille Pleyel became a friend, a patron, a provider. The company gave Chopin pianos to use, arranged for instruments to be shipped to wherever he was travelling, supported his career in countless ways. In return, Chopin's endorsement helped make Pleyel the most prestigious piano manufacturer in France. This style, born of limitation, became the foundation of a new kind of piano music. Before Chopin, the piano was an instrument of power and display. Virtuosos like Liszt played to overwhelm, to dazzle, to demonstrate superhuman technical ability. Chopin showed that the piano could also whisper, suggest, imply. He showed that the softest passages could carry the deepest emotions. The nocturnes, in particular, embodied this approach. They were music for the edge of sleep, for the quiet hours when the mind turns inward. They asked the listener to come close, to lean in, to meet the music on its own terms. This is music that does not demand attention. It invites attention. And this invitation, this gentle, persistent offer of beauty, has kept listeners coming back for nearly 2 centuries. Some listeners have tried to hear tuberculosis directly in Chopin's music. They point to the breathing quality of his melodies, the way phrases rise and fall like the chest of someone struggling for air. They point to the repeated notes in pieces like the Raindrop Prelude, obsessive, insistent, like a pulse or a dripping cough. They point to the long sighing descents in the late nocturnes, the sound, perhaps, of someone accepting the inevitable. The Raindrop Prelude, the 15th of the 24. Prelude is perhaps the most famous example. The repeated A-flat that sounds throughout the piece has been interpreted as the sound of rain falling on the roof of the monastery, or as the drip of water in the cloister, or as the beating of a heart. George Sand claimed that Chopin composed the piece during a storm while she was away, and that when she returned she found him in a kind of trance. Whether this story is accurate is uncertain. Sand was a novelist and she understood the power of a good narrative, but the music itself is undeniably evocative. The repeated note creates a sense of obsession, of something that cannot be escaped. The melody that floats above it is peaceful, resigned, beautiful. It is music of acceptance, of rain, of time, of mortality. These interpretations are speculative. We cannot know what Chopin consciously intended. We cannot know whether the patterns we perceive in his music correspond to patterns he experienced in his body. But it is undeniable that his music carries an extraordinary weight of feeling, and it is at least plausible that living with a fatal disease, knowing, for 11 years, that each composition might be his last, intensified the emotional depth of what he created. The certainty of death focuses the mind wonderfully, as Samuel Johnson observed, and Chopin had that certainty from at least his mid-20s until his death at 39. Every nocturne he composed as a dying man. Every prelude, every ballade, every mazurka, all of them are the work of someone who knew that time was running out. Perhaps this is why the music feels so urgent, so necessary, so deeply felt. It is not the idle entertainment of someone with endless years ahead. It is the testimony of a man racing against his own mortality. Consider the late nocturnes, particularly the nocturne in E major, Tone 62 number 2, one of his final works. It is music of extraordinary serenity, of acceptance, of peace. The melody floats above gently moving harmonies, unhurried, contemplative. There is no struggle here, no protest against fate, only beauty. The late works have a quality that the earlier works lack, not because they are better, necessarily, but because they are different. There is a wisdom in them, a patience, a willingness to let the music breathe. The young Chopin composed with brilliance and passion. The dying Chopin composed with depth and resignation. Both are beautiful, but there is something in the late works that only time and suffering could have taught him. The nocturne in E major opens with a simple melody that seems almost to float above the piano, unsupported by the usual accompaniment patterns. It breathes, it sighs, it meanders without hurrying. There is nothing to prove here, nothing to demonstrate, only the pure expression of feeling. Some pianists say that the late nocturnes are the hardest to play, not technically but emotionally. They require a maturity, a stillness that cannot be faked. A young pianist can play the notes, but the music eludes them. It takes a lifetime to understand what Chopin was saying in those final works. To compose such music while dying, to find tranquility in the midst of suffering, requires something more than talent. It requires a particular kind of wisdom, a particular relationship with mortality. Chopin had 11 years to make his peace with death. Perhaps, by the end, he had done so. What Chopin created was an art of intimacy. Time were ones. In an age that celebrated the grand, the spectacular, the overwhelming, vast symphonies, enormous operas, virtuoso display, Chopin insisted on the small, the quiet, the personal. His music was for the parlour, not the concert hall. It was for the friend, not the crowd. This intimacy has proved remarkably durable. Symphonies require orchestras, operas require stage machinery, but a Chopin nocturne requires only a piano and a listener. The music scales to any space. It works in a concert hall, certainly, but it works equally well in a bedroom, through headphones in the small hours of the night when you cannot sleep. It is music that meets you where you are. This adaptability is part of Chopin's genius. He composed for a specific audience, the sophisticated listeners of Parisian salons, but the music he created transcends that original context. It works in contexts he could never have imagined, in concert halls with modern amplification, through recordings played on gramophones and later on digital devices, through headphones on airplanes and in hospitals and in the bedrooms of people who have never heard the name Pleyel. The salon for which Chopin composed no longer exists. The aristocratic world that supported him is gone, but the music remains, finding new audiences in each generation, adapting to new technologies, new listening environments, new cultural contexts. The technology of music reproduction has changed dramatically since Chopin's death. He composed for live performance, for a single listener or small group, for a specific moment in time. He could never have imagined recordings, radio, streaming, headphones. He could never have imagined his music reaching millions of listeners simultaneously, or being available at the touch of a button. And yet the music has adapted remarkably well to these new technologies. The intimacy that was a feature of salon performance translates beautifully to headphones. The subtlety that would be lost in a large concert hall is preserved in high-quality recordings. The breathing quality of his melodies seems almost designed for private listening, for the experience of having music speak directly to you, without mediation. Perhaps Chopin, who valued intimacy above all, would have appreciated this. Perhaps he would have been delighted to know that his music could reach listeners in their bedrooms, in their headphones, in the quiet hours of the night. Perhaps he would have seen in streaming technology the ultimate realization of his artistic vision, music for the individual, for the solitary listener, for the person seeking beauty and solace in the dark. And this, perhaps, is why Chopin's music has become so central to the experience of relaxation, of contemplation, of sleep. The nocturnes in particular, those night pieces with their floating melodies and gentle harmonies, seem designed for the threshold of consciousness. They do not demand active listening. They invite you to drift, to let go, to sink into a state between waking and dreaming. This was not, of course, what Chopin intended. He composed for alert listeners in candlelit salons, not for sleepy listeners with wireless earbuds. But the qualities that made his music work in the salon, the subtlety, the intimacy, the absence of bombast, also make it work at bedtime. Beauty, it seems, is adaptable. Chopin lived his entire adult life in exile. He left Poland at 20 and never returned. The country he loved existed during his lifetime only as an idea, a memory, a hope, a political aspiration that would not be realized until nearly 70 years after his death. And yet his music is saturated with Poland. The mazurkas carry the rhythms of the Polish village. The polonaises carry the ceremonial pride of the Polish court. Even the nocturnes and preludes, which have no obvious national content, are shaped by a sensibility formed in Warsaw, by a childhood spent listening to folk musicians at country weddings. Chopin could not go home, so he made home portable. He carried Poland with him in his music, in the container of Polish soil that he kept throughout his life, in the heart that his sister smuggled back across hostile borders. There is something universal in this exile experience. We all carry places within us, childhood homes, beloved cities, landscapes that shaped our sense of beauty, and we all experience in some form the impossibility of return. Time exiles us from our own pasts. The places we remember no longer exist. We no longer exist as the people who knew them. Chopin's music speaks to this universal exile. The nostalgia in his melodies is not only for Poland, it is for everything we cannot go back to, everything we carry forward only in memory. This is why the music resonates so powerfully across cultures. A Japanese pianist playing a mazurka is not pretending to be Polish. She's connecting to something in the music that speaks to her own experience of longing, her own sense of distance from things she has lost. A Brazilian teenager listening to a nocturne through headphones is not thinking about 19th century Paris. He is feeling something in the music that mirrors his own inner landscape. The mazurkas, in particular, are saturated with this longing. They carry the rhythms of the Polish village, the accented second beat, the modal harmonies, the drone bass that evokes the folk musicians of the countryside. But they are not folk music. They are the memory of folk music, filtered through the consciousness of an exile who can never return. Each mazurka is a small world complete in itself. Some are bright and danceable, others are dark and introspective. Some seem to celebrate the joy of the village festival, others mourn what has been lost. Together they form a portrait of a homeland that exists only in imagination, a Poland of the mind preserved in sound. When we listen to the mazurkas, we hear Chopin remembering. We hear the ache of distance, the impossibility of return. And something in us recognizes this ache, because we have felt it too, for places, for people, for versions of ourselves that no longer exist. Tuberculosis was the defining disease of the Romantic era. It killed Keats at 25, Shelley's wife Mary at 53, Emily Bronte at 30. It shaped the imagination of an entire culture. The consumptive, pale, feverish, creative, dying young became an archetype of artistic genius. The association between tuberculosis and creativity was so strong that some Romantic writers actually envied the disease. Lord Byron reportedly said that he would like to die of consumption, because then the ladies would say, "See that poor Byron, how interesting he looks in dying." The comment was meant as a joke, but it captured something real about the cultural moment. Consumption seemed to refine its victims, to burn away the gross physical body and reveal the spirit within. The pallor, the flushed cheeks, the brightness of the eyes. These symptoms of disease became markers of sensitivity, of artistic temperament, of genius. The consumptive artist was not merely sick. He was touched by something transcendent. This was, of course, nonsense. Tuberculosis did not make anyone more creative. It did not confer genius. It was a terrible disease that caused suffering and death. The Romantic myth of consumption was a fantasy, a way of making sense of something senseless. Chopin embodied this archetype. He was pale, fragile, brilliant. He coughed blood in Mallorca while composing some of the most beautiful music ever written. He died at 39, leaving behind a body of work that seemed almost impossibly refined. The legend of the consumptive artist, that suffering produces genius, that early death is the price of beauty, is, of course, a dangerous fantasy. Tuberculosis was a brutal disease that killed millions of people who were not artists, whose deaths produced nothing but grief. The Romantic glorification of consumption was, at best, a coping mechanism for an era that had no effective treatment. The discovery of effective antibiotics in the 20th century revealed the myth for what it was. Tuberculosis could be cured. The pale, ethereal consumptive could become a healthy, ordinary person. And when the disease no longer carried its aura of doom, the Romantic associations faded. Tuberculosis became just another illness. Serious, certainly, but no longer touched by transcendence. For Chopin, of course, there was no cure. He lived and died in an era when tuberculosis meant a slow, inevitable decline. He watched his body waste away. He experienced the exhaustion, the hemorrhages, the progressive loss of function. He knew for more than a decade that he was going to die. And yet, There is something in the experience of living with a fatal diagnosis that concentrates the mind. There is something in the certainty of limited time that clarifies priorities. Chopin knew from at least his mid-20s that he would not live long. He knew that every composition might be his last. Did this knowledge make his music better? We cannot know, but we can observe that his music has a quality of urgency, of compressed meaning, that seems to come from someone who has no time to waste. The romantic myth of the consumptive artist is false, but it is false in the way that a metaphor is false, pointing toward a truth that it cannot quite capture. What we can say with certainty is that Chopin did not waste his illness. He did not surrender to it, did not allow it to define him entirely, did not let it silence him before his time. For 11 years he composed and taught and performed, even as the disease progressively destroyed his lungs. He worked until he could work no more. This is not to romanticize his suffering. The suffering was real, and it was terrible. But so was the art that emerged from it, and the art outlasted the suffering, as art tends to do. We listen to the nocturnes today without thinking about tuberculosis. We hear the beauty, the tenderness, the melancholy, and these qualities speak to us directly, without requiring knowledge of their origin. The music has freed itself from biography. It belongs to anyone who listens. This liberation from biography is itself a kind of triumph. Chopin's music is not merely about tuberculosis or exile or unrequited love. It is about being human. It speaks to experiences that we all share, regardless of our circumstances. The specifics of his life gave him something to say, but what he said transcends those specifics. A listener who knows nothing of Chopin's biography can be moved by a nocturne. A listener who knows everything about his biography can be moved in a different way. Both responses are valid. Both are what Chopin would have wanted. He composed not for scholars or biographers, but for listeners, for anyone willing to sit quietly and let the music speak. And yet knowing the context can deepen our appreciation. When we understand that these sounds came from a man whose lungs were failing, whose every breath was precious, whose creative time was running out, we hear something more. We hear courage, we hear defiance, we hear the human spirit refusing to be silenced. Here is one way to understand Chopin's music, as the sound of breathing. The melodies rise and fall like the chest of someone drawing breath. The phrases have the length of human exhalation. The rubato, that elastic stretching and contracting of tempo that was Chopin's signature, mimics the irregular rhythms of respiration. This breathing quality was partially a matter of influence. Chopin learned from the Italian opera singers of his time, particularly Bellini, whose melodic lines were designed for the human voice. He translated this vocal quality to the piano, making the instrument sing as voices sing. But it was also perhaps a matter of necessity. A man whose lungs are failing is acutely aware of breath. He knows what it feels like when the air will not come, when the chest tightens, when each respiration requires conscious effort. This awareness might naturally shape the music he creates. When we listen to Chopin, we are listening to music that breathes, and in following that breath, and letting our own respiration synchronize with the rise and fall of his phrases, we enter a kind of meditation. We become aware of our own lungs, our own rhythm, our own fragile hold on life. This is one reason the music works so well for relaxation and sleep. It slows us down. It brings us into our bodies. It reminds us that we, too, are breathing, and that this breathing, which we take for granted, is itself a kind of miracle. There is a meditation practice that involves focusing on the breath, simply observing the inhale and exhale, without trying to control it, without judging it, simply being present to this fundamental rhythm of life. Chopin's music invites a similar kind of attention. It asks us to be present to the rise and fall of melody, to the pulse of harmony, to the gentle breathing of musical phrase. For Chopin, breathing was never to be taken for granted. Every breath was a struggle, a reminder of the disease that was slowly destroying him. Perhaps this is why breath is so present in his music, not as a technical device, but as a fundamental element, as essential as the notes themselves. When Chopin instructed his students to play as one breathes, he was not speaking metaphorically. He was describing his own experience of music, music that rose and fell with the chest, that paused when the lungs needed rest, that flowed with the rhythm of respiration. He was teaching them to embody the music, to make it physical, to connect it to the most fundamental process of being alive. The music breathes because he could not take breathing for granted, and when we listen, we are reminded of what he knew so intimately, that breath is life, and life is fragile, and every moment of breathing is a gift. Of Frédéric Chopin, what remains? The music, obviously, more than 200 compositions, almost all for solo piano, that form a central pillar of the repertoire. Every pianist learns Chopin, every concert hall performs him. The nocturnes, the preludes, the etudes, the ballads. These are not historical curiosities. They are living presences, performed and recorded and streamed constantly around the world. The influence remains too, the countless composers and pianists who have been shaped by his example. Debussy, who continued Chopin's exploration of piano sonority. Rachmaninoff, who shared his gift for melody. Scriabin, who pushed Chopin's harmonic innovations into new territory. The entire tradition of piano music since the mid-19th century bears his stamp. The recordings remain, thousands of them by hundreds of pianists, each offering a different interpretation of his scores. Rubinstein's aristocratic elegance, Horowitz's volcanic intensity, Pollini's crystalline clarity, Zimmermann's searching introspection. Each generation produces new interpreters, new readings, new ways of hearing music that is nearly 2 centuries old. The manuscripts remain, his handwritten scores, preserved in archives and libraries, bearing the evidence of his creative struggle. The crossed-out passages, the revisions, the second thoughts, the physical artifacts of a genius at work. The body, buried in Père Lachaise Cemetery in Paris, in a grave marked by a statue of Euterpe, the muse of music. Pilgrims come to leave flowers, to pay respects, to stand in the presence of what remains of the physical man. And the heart. The heart in its crystal urn, in its pillar in the Holy Cross Church in Warsaw. The journey of the heart is itself a story of love and devotion. Ludwika carried it across borders, through checkpoints, past customs officials. She risked her own safety to fulfill her brother's last wish. She understood that this was not merely a piece of tissue in a jar. It was Poland's claim on Chopin, the piece of him that would finally come home. When she delivered the heart to the Holy Cross Church, she was completing a promise made in a Parisian apartment as her brother lay dying. She was reuniting Chopin with the homeland he had loved and lost. She was giving him back to Poland in the only way she could. Chopin wanted his heart to go home. Poland was not free in his lifetime, but his heart has been there for more than 170 years, through partitions and world wars, through occupation and liberation, through communism and its collapse. His heart has witnessed the nation being reborn. There is something almost unbearably moving in this, the exile who could never return, returning after death. The heart that kept beating for Poland long after it stopped beating in his chest. And there is something moving too in the 2014 examination, the scientist opening the urn